Second serve. It's a double fault. So fun. This is so much fun. I'm having so much fun. Okay. Sorry I was asleep because of how many double faults there were. Well, we almost got bingo, so that's a thing. I'd almost go over to Twitch to do the not like this emote. Yeah, you can go do that if you want. Hey, Jimmy Connors is following us on Twitch. I'm sure that's the real one. Oh shoot, I need avocados.
Oh, everyone's there. Sorry,
What does that mean?
I'm late to this call today, and I'm
Alright, that goes out from Chapo 15 Love.
just getting everything set up that I can.
15 Love. Chapo, sorry, Algor says again.
Oh.
It's cooking. Yeah, look, Chapo had to win that second set. He was up 4-1. He had to. 4-1 return out from Algor to back of Chapo on the air. 30 Love. Because now Algor is not going to be generous. There's no
When we get paid MMTLP, I think it's going to be a long time. I think it's going to be, I think the lawyers have control of it. Let me let me show you. You were the first. That's because you were the last night, right? Wasn't it? Ring my bell, ring my bell. I got a copyright violation for that little bit of well, I think this is from, let me get this up. I think this is from one of our stalwart participants. How do I do this? I go like this. I hope it's there. And of course it isn't. Oh, there it is. Okay. We'll go with this one first. We'll go with this one first. This is a tweet from one. I think this is Skinny Whale, but I'm not positive. But it says senior, so maybe it's not Skinny Whale. I don't know. Call me confused. What a loaded minute order. Judge wants Alpine to show FINRA and SEC Gov as a similar regulatory body are biased and unqualified, plus show that they are not entitled to mandatory FINRA membership by 5 p.m. today. FINRA to respond by 9 p.m. DC judge forcing the issue. Delays unwelcome. I agree with this. We read this. We went over this quite a bit yesterday, so I won't read the body of it again. But in essence, I think the way the judge has written her questions, it already indicates what the answer is going to be. And I expect Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday things are going to be really tough for Alpine. Another week, another letdown. Well, Ziggy, stop waiting week by week. One thing you could do, Ziggy, is sell. You get about 95 cents a share for GTII. Just sell it and move on. The other thing you can do, Ziggy, is if you decide that you want to stay in the stock, just put it on the back burner. You're not on margin. There's no urgency to sell. If it goes to 50 cents, you're not going to be sold out. and just treat it like a long-term call option. Keep your GTC orders in. If it runs, it runs. If it doesn't, at least you're not wasting weeks after week after week with letdowns. And the third option you have, Ziggy, is buy more. And I can't give you specific advice, but buy more, average down. And if it takes 31 days and the stock hasn't moved up, sell your original position, keeping the newest one, or however the prices work out. Take a tax loss and go buy something else. But Ziggy, stop being, another letdown, another week, another letdown. It's just not the stock for you. This GTII is attempting, the company is attempting to catch out the system, which is corrupt, from Gary Gensler down to Goldman Sachs, down to Ken Griffin, all the way down to Robert Nadich, who is the lawyer for the Kramers, all in my judgment. That's the game. We are trying to benefit from what could be a short squeeze. Another week, another letdown. By definition, a short squeeze is going to be a spasmodic eruption of buy-ins, investor energy, simultaneous buying, shorting, and then having to buy higher, and just going to be a melee of much higher prices. It's going to happen when it finally breaks out in the course of about a week. So I'm sorry, Ziggy. It's going to be another week, another letdown for a long time until the squeeze comes. And when the squeeze comes, it's all over. You can't time it. I know you can't, Ziggy. I know that you, Ziggy, cannot tell the audience here which day they should buy GTII just before it squeezes. So in return for life-changing, the potential of life-changing profits, what do we give up? We give up time. And Ziggy, if you don't have the time to give up, there's plenty of other stocks out there. Two of my favorites are LGIQ and GoLogic. I love Finger, but it seems to be manipulated by your friends. So Ziggy, another week, another letdown. Welcome to life, my friend. Welcome to life. That's a good. All right, Ziggy. I hope you're still here when it comes. I hope you're still here. I hope I'm still here. There was a disappointment today, Ziggy. I'll read it to you. Ziggy. Ziggy and the Whalers. I got to figure out how to get it up for you. No, there's no hamster call today. That's not it. I just got to find it. Here it goes. So Ziggy, I agree with you. On another week, another letdown. This came out yesterday, June 2nd. U.S. SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, to dismiss 42 enforcement cases after internal data mishap. Do you think this is a coincidence? Do you think this just happened now? Or do you think it's possible that because of MMTLP, because of GTII, because of dozens of companies, AMC and GME, do you think the SEC decided, you know what, we got to protect Goldman Sachs? My job as Gary Gensler is to protect Goldman Sachs, the mothership, and Citadel, the Death Star of Wall Street. So we'll dismiss 42 enforcement cases after internal data mishap. and the SEC wants to oversee crypto? Let me ask you something. You know, the SEC and FINRA are all about how CEOs have to disclose information. They're all about how the over-the-counter market is Wild West. Well, okay, let us know that, but they don't. But it's Wild West, and therefore the big firms, Merrill Lynch, Goldman is now a brokerage firm, Wells Fargo, the big four, big five, big three. They don't let their brokers suggest to you to buy GTII, for example, because it's so risky and you could lose money and it could harm you. Well, let me ask you something. When you invest in their recommended products, ETFs, mutual funds, even large cap stocks, do those brokerage firms like Goldman Sachs tell you that they're lending out your stock for outrageous amounts of money and not giving you part of that? Do they let you know that they're lending out your stock in support of counterfeiting of shares, depressing the values of your stock? That's all okay, because they're doing it. All right, let me read the rest of that to you, Ziggy, here. The U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission announced Friday it had dismissed 42 pending enforcement cases after discovering enforcement staff had improper access to materials meant for commission officials ruling on those cases. Isn't that a weak basis for dismissing these cases? So that means 42 criminals, Kurt Kramer, Philippe Vallier, Jeff Easton, and walk away for free if they were under investigation. Do you think this is coincidence? The decision comes after the SEC concluded a lengthy review of a matter first raised in April 2022 when it disclosed that some of its databases had inadvertently, do you remember that Goldman Sachs had inadvertently removed 3 lines of code from its computers and thereby had processed something like 60 billion short sales, failed to locate, and they were charged like $1.5 million fine inadvertently. So I guess when the criminals do things inadvertently, you got to believe them. Inadvertently allowed SEC enforcement staff to view legal materials meant for officials with its in-house court. The enforcement and in-house ruling arms of the SEC are supposed to be kept completely separate from each other regarding such matters. In a statement, the SEC said, "We're glad to be able to help Goldman Sachs, Ken Griffin, and Stevie Cohen in their ongoing efforts to systematically rape and pillage the U.S. stock markets." Oh no, it doesn't say that. It said the SEC regretted the lapse and was committed to fixing it. Oh, isn't it heartening to know that the SEC's on your side and they're committing to fixing this lapse? This is a guy that wants to start regulating cryptocurrency, and he can't even keep control of his own operation. I'm telling you, they have to take the over-the-counter markets away from Goldman Sachs, Ken Griffin, and the SEC. The SEC described the improper access as effectively an accident. It wasn't an accident. It was effectively an accident. Have you ever heard someone lie to you before? Oh, effectively, it was an accident. Doesn't sound like it. As administrative staff in its enforcement arm worked to track and collect all relevant materials, but some databases were not appropriately safeguarded to wall off adjudication materials. It added that in most cases the problematic materials were not uploaded to enforcement staff until after a decision had been handed down. But in the cases of hearings that were to hurt Goldman Sachs, no, it doesn't say that. An internal SEC review found that there was no evidence that improper access had any effect on decisions made by either enforcement staff or officials reviewing those cases, according to SEC officials. Yet, they need to withdraw criminal charges against 42 individuals. Nonetheless, the agency decided to dismiss all pending cases, primarily against individuals and smaller firms who were impacted. I'm glad they went to college. Who were affected by the improper access. The SEC also said it was agreeing to lift industry bans on 48 people who had petitioned the SEC for that relief, whose cases were also involved in the mistake, what was effectively a mistake. 48 people stealing hundreds of millions of dollars out of the market, and the SEC agreed to lift the bans. Do you think this is coincidence? Interest rates are up, liquidity is disappearing from the market, and there's pressure on from MMTLP. Do you think it's coincidence that this effectively a mistake just happened now? Hey Heidi. Yeah, thank God it's so. Ziggy, that's my another Friday, another letdown for me. Well, Dan X, I know patience is a virtue. We have to sit tight, and it could take off in a blink of an eye. But we also, at some point, may have to be aware that we're diamond handing into something that's not working. I don't think we're at that point at all, because I think the way to get these criminals, these 48 they just left off, is hit them in their pocketbook. Ryan, I think MMTLP, you're at least 30 days away from anything because that's the second quarter. And I think the lawyers have taken over the process. I think there's a push to get everyone thinking that it's Nexbridge who's responsible, in the sense that there's a short position in Nexbridge. Nexbridge did nothing wrong. Nexbridge, the criminals, the 48 people they just let go, they did something wrong. Not you. Your brokerage firm might have been complicit. But many of your brokerage firms are just finding out the people in their back office are 12 years old, and and their computers have always hummed right along. But now that senior individuals are looking, they're going, oh my gosh, what's going on? So, but I think MMTLP is going to take a lot longer. But I have no evidence. I listen on some of the calls. I read some of it. And I just think there's too many lawyers involved. And lawyers are not going to give up such a juicy money tree for themselves to settle up quickly. You need someone to step up and say, like Dagny Talbert, to stand up and take charge and just say, we're gonna settle this amongst ourselves. But there isn't such a person. So it's going to go down the legal route. Lawyers are going to wind it through to cover their clients' rear ends. And I think it'll be $1 trillion settlement maybe years from now. I just don't see MMTLP getting settled quickly. They've gotten past the hard part of public awareness, and there are news stories coming out, but they are spinning it that it's, you know, they don't use this word, but essentially that it's a greedy play on our part, and the reason we bought it was to participate in a squeeze, and so therefore we're just speculators, and you know, we shouldn't be protected. They're also trying to put out there that FINRA actually put it out there that you should carry the short over into NextBridge. On Twitter, people are saying that NextBridge should do various things, like issue a dividend, do this or that, because there's this short, catch out the short. NextBridge has nothing to do with it. NextBridge, there are no short shares in NextBridge. None. Zero. NextBridge, there are no shorts in NextBridge. And so where are the shorts, the counterfeits? They're in MMTLP. And the system got caught out. And so we're sitting here with shares of MMTLP in our account that are all fraud. We know for fact certain that everything in our accounts are fraud. Maybe there's a few on the margin that aren't, but the broad 80, 95% of the shares in my account, your account, in MMTLP are all fraud. And the system's having a hard time, for some reason, understanding it. But those 48 individuals that the SEC just let off because there was effectively a mistake, they get to go home, you know, take their wives on a long trip, spend the tens and hundreds of millions of dollars that they're not paying taxes on while they're destroying companies. The shorts destroyed Torchlight. Wiped it out. For what? Why does Gensler protect this? Why? In MMAT, the stock's 20 cents, bless their heart. They have technologies. When it goes bankrupt, if it does, China will come in and buy the technologies out of bankruptcy. And then the jobs go to Shandong. Or they go to maybe some billionaire from India will buy it, and the technologies go to India. Go to I can't think of a city in India. But Garrett, go ahead and keep voting. Keep voting Democratic, because they'll put criminals like Gary Gensler, in my opinion, back in office, because they're your friends. They're your friends. And I know Trump didn't do anything. I got that. But I don't think Trump's going to get reelected. So, because I think they're gonna throw the kitchen sink at him. I think this, I'll see if I can show you this. I think this is where we should go after Congress. The SEC is set up to protect the criminals. They just dismiss charges against 48 felons. They just dismissed them. You think it's coincidence? I don't think it's coincidence at all. I think MMTLP, though, to answer your question, is a long, long way off. When you there's a guy there, Drew Diligence, that knows a lot about what's going on. Maybe there'll be a settlement. But if the settlement involves somehow moving the short position into the Knightsbridge, that's not fair. If the settlement involves letting the short positions stay out there, that's not fair. If the settlement involves publicly trading Knightsbridge, that's not fair. It's not right. If the settlement involves trading MMTLP indefinitely, that's not fair. You'll never get your short squeeze situation back again in MMTLP. That's gone. So lawyers right now are arguing for settlement, and lawyers on the other side are arguing that the lot of us are all just greedy speculators. The shorts weren't greedy. Oh no, they destroyed Torchlight, but Torchlight wasn't run well. I mean, it was in risky exploration and production. I mean, that's the over-the-counter markets. You lose money. I mean, come on. You can't go after these two boys up in outside of New York, Great Clam, New York. They're just trying to make a living. Come on, lay off of them. I mean, they hit it big. I mean, they had a good run. They bought a $5 million house. But don't be hard on them. The problem is all these speculators in the over-the-counter market. Anyway, let me show you this. Sorry, I'm trying to show you something, and it's very difficult for me to do this technology, I guess. Okay, maybe I'm not qualified to show you something. Okay, maybe now I am. All right, sorry it took so long. So look at this. 87 IRS agents, because we love you. So this is where I think we have to go after what's going on in the U.S. markets. They're going to send 87 IRS agents out after you, and they don't even fully fund it. So for every $600 you send to a friend, $605 you send to a friend by Venmo, they want to track it. But they don't want to track the hundreds of billions. Look at this from yesterday, if I can find that one. Where is it? From yesterday. Is it here? Is it there? That's not it. That's not it. This is at the bottom, on the last line, it attributed to the deficiencies to Alpine's net short portfolios, with the top driver being a concentrated short position in GTII. But that wasn't what I wanted to show you. And maybe I can't show it to you. I guess I can't. But yesterday there was news on this group out of Boston being sued for $100 million. $100 million in ill-gotten gains. And I guarantee you a lot of that they didn't pay taxes on. So I think the big thing we've got to do is go after this as a source of revenue. Congressmen and women can understand going after hundreds of billions of dollars in tax revenue that belongs to the IRS. Pete, I don't know when you came in. The U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission announced Friday it has dismissed 42 pending enforcement cases after discovering enforcement staff had improper access to material meant for commission officials. its databases had inadvertently, the SEC described the improper access as effectively an accident. And if you go down to the bottom of it, the last sentence in the article, Pete, the SEC also said it was agreeing to lift industry bans on 48 people who had broken securities laws. That makes them felons. The SEC also said it was agreeing to lift industry bans on 48 people who had petitioned for the SEC for that relief, whose cases were also involved in the mistake. That's what I'm talking about, Pete the Geek. Bill Nelson, why are the crooks allowed to run the country? Because they step up and do it, and no one votes them out. We get caught up in the fact that Donald Trump is an ogre and Hillary Clinton has been mistreated because she's a woman. I can't think of somebody in my lifetime who has been better treated because of her sexual orientation than Hillary Clinton. She married a charismatic man who, as in the words of Christopher Hitchens, his book about Bill Clinton, No One Left to Lie to. Bill Clinton was a really good liar in retrospect. I didn't see that. But he's also a very smart guy, charismatic. She hitched her star to him. She's reasonably intelligent. There's a lot of people as smart as she is. She has no particular skills, Hillary Clinton. No particular genius, just a normal A student that went to law school. But she made a living on victimhood. She grew up a Republican. She campaigned for Barry Goldwater while Bernie Sanders was getting arrested for defending civil rights. So anyway, as long as we vote based on the lies that Hillary Clinton put out, that Donald Trump won the election because Russia interfered somehow with a few thousand entries on Facebook, and otherwise she would have won. She didn't win because she's completely normal. She has no special talents. People didn't like her. And a lot of people loved her. She was going to be the first woman. I am woman, hear me roar, in numbers too large to ignore. But no one gets behind Tulsi Gabbard. No one gets behind. It's all too selective. I think there's something more than just that issue. But if we continue to vote that way, instead of holding our politicians accountable, we're going to continue to have crooks run the country. Continue to have crooks. The media, Ronald Reagan signed into law I forget what it was called, the Media Act of I don't know, 1981 or 82. And it started to break down. When I was growing up, we had 3 or 4 news stations. They had to give news. They had to give the other side. And the half hour or an hour had to be all news. Newspapers couldn't own radio stations, and TV stations couldn't own radio stations and newspapers. And it was the public airwaves. The Republicans tried to really downgrade the rules regarding news in the United States, but they couldn't accomplish it. And then came the most Republican president, the most successful Republican president the United States ever had, Bill Clinton. He passed the Telecommunications Act of 1996. It amended Chapter 5 of Title 47 of the United States Code. What is the Telecommunications Act? The Act ensures that schools, libraries, hospitals, and clinics have access to advanced telecommunications. You can't get good news anymore. Oh, it's all propaganda. All right, so it did do the classrooms. Maybe I have the wrong one. I might have the wrong one. That might be the wrong one. It might have been called it had an Orwellian name. The Improvement of Press Act, the Freedom of Press Act. So maybe it was... Anyway, Bill Clinton signed into law that TV stations could be bought by radio stations could buy newspapers, and that you didn't have to have the fair counterbalancing anymore. And it turned our news into entertainment. And then the Washington Post, which used to be the best newspaper in existence, got bought by Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos made more on his contract with the CIA to build their cloud than the price he paid for the Washington Post. Carlos Fat bought the New York Times. This marriage of wealth, government, CIA with journalism, that used to be called fascism. But what it's turned us into is a media. Let me see if I can find this. I mean, we don't have journalists anymore, and it's a real shame. I wish you guys had grown up in a time, those of you who are young, when there was real media. All right, how do I go like this? How do I go backwards? How do I go backwards? Here. How do I begin to tell the story of a love that was true, a true love story? It fills my heart. All right, I'm trying to find something that might convince you that I'm not all crazy. I've always been crazy, but it's kept me from going insane. I can't find it. See, I should save things. I should be much more organized and save things in little caches of Let's see. Did you see that? Did you see that news that all of the jobs that have been added since COVID have been given to? It doesn't really bother me, I don't think, but they've all been given to foreigners. Let me see if I can find this. I'm sorry it's taking so long, but it would prove my point. And then you would see. Okay, I guess not. I guess it's not here. I should have mailed it to myself. Let's see. Okay. Let's see if this gets it. Oh, here. That's not it. Sorry, I'm just looking for. Darn it, it's so frustrating. Let me see if I can just find it on YouTube. I'm not going to find it. It's not meant to be. That's 5 years ago. 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 I don't know how to Google this. Let's see if it comes up. Well, I'm not going to be able to find it. Anyway, let's move on to another subject. I can't find so you'll have to not believe me. Peter Sachs. Hillary has skills. She's an excellent liar as well as a reasonably good actor. Maybe. Pat Paulson. Is he running? I'm not going to read that out, Corey Hayes. Crazy World was doing some research and came to find out Kramers have a super PAC that gives 70% to Republicans and the rest to right-leaning Democrats. So it's not just Dems, William. Well, I find it hard to believe the Kramers give away money like that, but maybe you're right. Yeah, it's not just Dems. It's a uniparty. McCarthy, Mitch McConnell. It's a uniparty. It's not just Dems, but yeah, I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. Doubting that the right will push women to the front of the line. I'm not so sure about that, Matt. Though your framework on that, respectfully, I think, comes out of the 40s, 50s, and maybe 60s. I think it is true when I'll prove, Matt, that you're right. When you look at this list, on the minority side, there's only one woman, senator, and on the majority side, there's quite a few. So in that sense, but up here is Tammy Baldwin, In the House, there's many female Republicans. I'm trying to remember who. I know Geraldine Ferraro was the first woman to run for vice president, but something in my head tells me there was another woman that ran for vice president who was a woman on the Republican side, but I might just be losing my mind. Reagan appointed Sandra Day O'Connor. I don't know. I just don't think it's completely true that the right isn't going to put forward women. I think the right is going to stand for traditional family values, maybe, and maybe that's an offensive thing to support. I don't know. But I just don't think it's true that the right is here to hold women down. Palin, that was right, Palin. And Anna Paulina Luna, APL. Anna Paulina. Dustin Wright. I don't know who Dustin Wright is, but President Gabriel Boric said on Thursday he would nationalize the country's lithium industry. Well, number one, Dustin Wright, the mine that GTII might acquire out of Chile, and I don't know if that's the president or not of Chile, doesn't have lithium. It has rare earth minerals, and he's not going to nationalize that. He might, and precious metals. But even nationalizing, what does it mean? You still have to strike a deal with the foreign companies or with capital, if it's not domestic, it's foreign, to mine the mines. So all you're effectively talking about is what percent goes to the government and what percent goes for profit. The lithium mine that GTII is acquiring, or may acquire, big if, is in Mexico. So thank you for pointing that out. But luckily, the mine that GTII would conceivably buy for lithium is in Mexico. So the super PAC is a fact, though a PAC many people donate. Oh, it's not just the Kramers. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. So they buy political help. You know what that makes me think, crazy world, is that somebody taught Kurt Kramer how to do this crime, got him set up in business, and then he splits the money, and maybe part of what he has to do is to support politicians that go easy on Wall Street, and maybe it's just, part of the deal. Obviously that's speculation on my part, but I think that's plausible anyway. I'm seeing if this video I wanted to show you is on YouTube, and I can't find it. So I guess I'll just have to give up. It would prove my point so perfectly. Aw. It's not here. So that's amazing about that super PAC. That really is amazing. Democrats run on a person's education and Republicans run on a person's character. I don't know. Maybe. I think they're all about the same anymore. I'd like to see some accountability, that's all. It'll come. Unfortunately, I think it'll come after everything crashes down. And that's unfortunate. That really is unfortunate. Viva la Mexico. Margaret Smith from Maine in 1964. Wasn't she the character, the model for the character in Doonesbury of that woman, Lacey Davenport, I think her name was? Mexican silverback. Mexican president stated a couple of days ago that Biden administration is allowing 400,000 migrants to enter the U.S. legally. What do I say? Well, I think if it's legal, if it's legal, there's not much you can do about it. And we're a nation of immigrants. My dad always told me that people that over time that have come to the United States self-selected. In other words, you were getting the best of the best in a way. You were getting the entrepreneurs, the risk takers, the hardworking, the people willing to set up a new country. And, I just think Mexican silverback, we need to, and maybe it's, it's not going to be Trump. Maybe it's Joe Biden. He came from Scranton, Pennsylvania. But we need to bring jobs, make sure we have jobs in the United States. And what you and I are doing, trying to make sure that the financial markets are honest, goes a long way, regardless of who you vote for and who's in office. If you have a vibrant over-the-counter market and a vibrant NASDAQ market that works for investors, it goes a long way to having healthy companies and jobs. Ana Luna. Ziggy, I need to destroy a ton of electronic files. Well, Mike Dugan, I must admit to you that when what's that actor that goes, "I'm Pat"? No, he wasn't that. He was the one that would say, "And gosh darn it, I'm good enough." Can't remember his name right now. But anyway, Minnesota. When he did Air America, I would listen to him. And I thought it would be good. But Pete the Greek, trying to find information. Is the MMTLP congressional inquiry not happening? I don't think it was ever a congressional inquiry. Depending on what that means. I'm not sure what that means. It was going to be a private meeting. Closed meeting is a better word. And yes, I think it's been delayed. But I don't think that means it's not going to happen. I don't think it means it's not going to happen. Latinum. Could other market makers take over the positions of Alpine with a government-backed guarantee? Well, J.P. Morgan took over SVB with $15 billion of your money, and they took the good assets. They left the bad assets with the government, you. No, I don't think the government would guarantee those bad assets. They might. Your point might be, would the government help Jamie Dimon's brokerage firm buy Alpine? Because J.P. Morgan needs so much government assistance. Yeah, that could happen, but the position is not going to move over. The government, Jamie Dimon wouldn't, even with government guarantee, he wouldn't accept that position on his prime brokers on the books. I can't tell you how stupid Kurt Kramer's position is. Now, he says he made a lot of money. Well, it's only because maybe he bought off some help. Yeah, maybe he did. It's only because it was criminal, but it's also because when the stock ran up and it looked like it was going to squeeze, for some reason we got out, so he had a chance to drive it from 8.97 back down under 1. And he made money maybe on those trades, but he never made money on the trades that he shorted from pennies. Never made money on that. And that's what's the problem over at Alpine. Those positions are what are stinking up the place at Alpine. And no, the government won't guarantee those positions. And no, the government won't guarantee that another prime broker buys out. Let me say it differently. If somebody else buys out Alpine, which I think is not going to happen, the government won't guarantee those naked short positions. Pete the Greek, I just read it to you. I don't know more than this. Today, U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission to dismiss 42 enforcement cases after internal data mishap. Do you think this is a coincidence? The U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission announced Friday it had dismissed 42 pending enforcement cases after discovering enforcement staff had improper access to materials meant for commission officials ruling on those cases. The decision comes after the SEC concluded a lengthy review of a matter first raised in April 2022 when it disclosed that some of its databases had inadvertently allowed SEC enforcement staff to view legal materials meant for officials with its in-house court. The enforcement and in-house ruling arms of the SEC are supposed to be kept completely separate from each other regarding such matters. In a statement, the SEC said it regretted the lapse and was committed to fixing it. The SEC described the improper access as effectively an accident. Not really, but effectively, as administration staff in its enforcement arm worked to track and collect all relevant materials. But some databases were not appropriately safeguarded to wall off adjudication materials. It added that in most cases, the problematic materials were not uploaded to enforcement staff until after a decision had been handed down. An internal SEC review found that there was no evidence that the improper access had any effect on decisions made by either enforcement staff or officials reviewing those cases, according to SEC officials. Nonetheless, the agency decided to dismiss all pending cases. Obviously, this had no impact. primarily against individuals and smaller firms who were impacted. Only your teeth can be impacted. Who were impacted by the improper access. The SEC also said it was agreeing to lift industry bans on 48 people who had petitioned the SEC for that relief, whose cases were also involved in the mistake. The SEC agreed to lift industry bans. Bans. You don't ban someone unless they broke securities laws on 48 people. What's the drama about? I don't know. Maybe I'm causing it. Al Franken. Yeah, he say, gosh darn it, people like me. I'm good enough. And gosh darn it, people like me. Yeah, that's whoever just said that. That's exactly right. I think they moved the appointment because of the debt ceiling, but it's not canceled. It'll happen. And when Ham and I and Lou went up to the Senate, they knew about it. I won't say which offices because I don't think that would be right, but Congress knows about MMTLP and MMAT, but coming to a solution. Look, you've got so many people involved in that. You got so many people involved. Moody, it could have been me that caused the drama, so I apologize for that. I don't always know how I'm gonna go with what I say, Moody. That's who I can think of. In this case, you've got us, you've got the prime brokers, you've got the broker dealers, you've got the LLCs, the criminals, you got the SEC, you got FINRA, you've got Torchlight, which is pretty much being represented now by Firestone or Flame Blower or whatever it's called. You've got MMAT, you've got the whales that I misspelled Wales by accident. And you've got Nextbridge. That's what you got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 entities or groups. They all have lawyers. And then in our group, I can think just off the top of the head, They're all great, but I can think of about half a dozen attorneys filing things. The prime brokers, there's definitely more than one. I bet they have teams of attorneys. The broker dealers, every single broker dealer, what they say it was, 109 or 190 broker dealers with MMTLP, they all have teams of attorneys, in-house and hired. The criminals, they hire Gibson Dunn. And they've got the most expensive attorneys, but they got them. SEC's full of attorneys. FINRA's, every single person there is an attorney. And then Torchlight has Mark Basile, and it's not Torchlight. It's this, whatever this LLC is, Flame Brewer, and then MMAT might be fighting still, but they have interest. There's a loan to MMTLP. There's the whales inside of it, 5 or 6 big investors. I'm sure they have attorneys. There's NextBridge. I'm sure it has attorneys. And I'm probably leaving somebody out. There might be brokers that coordinated some of these financings. They may have attorneys. Attorney. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What do you figure? Each one has 10 attorneys. It's 100 attorneys. They're not going to be, attorneys are not going to be settling unless they get a big paycheck, and they're not going to settle. They have to prove to each other how smart they are. They have to prove to themselves the facts that they don't really understand. I listened to Mark Belial's call last night. Basile's call last night, and I talked to some people afterward. I think perhaps what he was talking about when he was saying that people are being monitored are the bashers. But I took it as a little bit of warning to us and a shot across my bow, but I might have just been overly sensitive. But the point is, I listened to him. He was telling us that in the dark pools, internet, these traders communicate with each other. Well, of course they do. I hadn't thought about it because I'm not an internet techie guy. But they will use any recess, any alleyway to communicate. They're thugs. They used to do it on burner phones. They used to do it on their cell phones. They used to do it by email. And then each time they got caught, they found a sneakier place. They would do it at Harry's Bar down on Wall Street. And now they do it by the communication of the size of bid and ask. But if you have they have to educate themselves, because it's not a fact unless they understand it. They're not going to take it from you as a fact. They have to study it. They got to charge you for that time. They've got to bring in witnesses. They'll charge you for that time. Then they educate themselves. They have the best internet service, but it doesn't seem to work. But this is cellular now. Anyway, I just think MMTLP is going to take a long time before you get agreement from all those attorneys. And they will seek the protection of the courts to make sure that they don't have any liability by bad recommendations to their clients. They're going to want to tie everything up in settlement agreements. And I just don't see it being quick anymore. I thought it could be done fairly quickly, but I don't see it being quick anymore for MMTLP. And I don't see Congress coming up with a way that helps you have a big payday. They're just going to say, well, that they were just speculating. Why don't we just give them their money back? I just don't see it. So, and I'm in it too. And frankly, I probably paid more per share than any of you did. So it's a big, it's a big number. Could have bought a could have bought a I don't know, a Lexus or a Mercedes. Yeah, Rosa was amazing. What's this, Mark? So nothing for 5 years? I don't know if it'll be 5 years, but we're already, what do you think? It's already been about 6 months. I could see it going on for another 2 years. It's almost like that's $1 billion, right? 1 billion shares. 1 billion shares of MMTLP counterfeit, and it got caught out by FINRA stopping trading, and no one knows how to. I know how to solve it, but I won't bore you with that. But if they opened it up for, if they had allowed it to trade, it easily could have gone to thousands of dollars a share. If they do, as many of you want, I would love, is if they open it up for trading for 2 days and they recreated the opportunity for a squeeze. I'd love that, but they're not going to. Why? And that's why I'm writing this number down, because I'm so bad with arithmetic. So that would be I got it so wrong when I was talking to you guys before. But it would be if in a squeeze, the average price they bought back their position over SVB, and they gave $15 billion to Jamie Dimon to do it. $15 billion. And I think the losses were in the $30 billion range. This is massive. They're not going to let it happen again. They're never going to let it happen, this squeeze. And if you change this number to 1,000, that'd be 1, 2, 3. If you change that number to 1,000 as an average squeeze price, I don't know why the network is unstable. I really. Anyway, to 1,000, it's $1 trillion. It's $1 trillion. They're not going to let it happen. All right, let me see what people that know more than not legal advice. My understanding is that as of now, FINRA continues to be inflexible in their position retrading. So it says this transmission is unstable. So Not's landing. Let me interpret what you're saying. You're saying that FINRA basically won't allow it to open. There's basically let it just go on and on legally as one option. And I don't know what Not is a whale, whether he likes it or not. Deacon Blues. Now it says transmission is unstable again. All right, so Not. Could I trouble you, Not, for my solution since you're a whale? I put a video out. I'm sure no one watched it. I described my solution with John Berta on the phone, to him on the phone. But I think this is the solution, but I'm not sure it's going to happen. but I think it's the solution. There's 165 million seats, and there's 1 billion tickets sold. Probably. No one knows. Maybe not knows. But there's 165 million tickets to Nextbridge, and there's estimates of over 1 billion counterfeit shares. I believe that number could be that high because this is a carryover from Torch as well. So I think in my example, it would be better to say there's 1,165,000,000 MMTLP. Well, obviously this gets in, but then there's 1 billion shares left over. It's not because Nextbridge has a short position. It's because the criminals counterfeited 1 billion shares. And so the system's looking, what can we do? And wouldn't allow trading again, because what is MMTLP? It doesn't really represent anything other than an obligation on the part of the broker-dealers that took your money to provide you with 1 share of MMTLP. Sorry. With 1 share of Nextbridge per 1 share of MMTLP. So that's a private company. And there's no way everyone talking about, the FINRA was talking about carrying the short position over to Nextbridge. That's not fair. Carrying the short, a bunch of people on Twitter saying Nextbridge should just take the short position. That's not fair. Having Nextbridge trade, that's not right either. The criminals caused this. So in my example, there's 1 billion shares sitting out there that don't exist. So what you're owed, this is what it's saying it's weak due to this is what the system owes you. They owe you 1 share. They owe you 1 share per share of MMTLP that's equivalent to 165 million of Nextbridge. That's what they owe you. And they're having a hard time coming up with what that is. Now, Not will probably think I'm crazy, or not. Not legal advice will probably think I'm crazy, but I'm going to go with it anyway. I am going to go with my calculation anyway. Because this was prior to the news announcement of the shallow wells and of and is prior to Nextbridge buying 100% of the Oro Grande project. But just keeping it simple, this is my calculation. I'm sorry, I would love to hear your calculation, but this technology I have going, I need to set up a studio, another screen, something. But anyway, the Oro Grande project, as I understand it, has 4.5 billion barrels of oil. So The Oro Grande has 4.5 billion barrels of oil. It has 7 TCF of natural gas. It has water, a bunch of water that's valuable, and it's got exploration upside. Because natural gas in Texas right now is selling for 35 cents, we'll treat this as zero, but it's not zero. Because 4.5 billion barrels, maybe that's too high. I'm not going to cut it down very much. I'll cut it down to 4 billion barrels. The reason I'm not cutting it down very much is because they've since announced a lot of wells shallow, and they've purchased 100% of the project, not whatever their ownership was before. So I'm going to say 4 billion barrels, and we'll just say the water is zero as well, and we'll say the exploration upside is zero as well. We'll just focus on the 4 billion barrels. Well, unfortunately, oil right now, and it's not close to production, and there's all sorts of ways. You've got, when you have oil in the ground, you don't know how much it costs to get out. You don't really know the extent of the reservoir, how much water's in. There's always that 4 billion might be less, it could be more. But just using 4 billion, barrels. Oil's trading right now, I didn't look, but let's say it's trading at $70. It used to be you could get $21 to $26 a barrel per day production in the bear market. I don't know if we're in a bear market, but to me, I'll just use $5 a barrel. $5 a barrel in the ground. That could be really high, or it could be really low. I don't know, but because I'm just trying to come up with one number for proven reserves, for producing reserves, which there's none, for probable reserves, I don't know it, and for potential, for moose pasture. I don't know those numbers, but I'm just using $5 a barrel that an acquirer might pay in cash or in stock. Well, I have to use my calculator because to those of you who are smarter than I am, you immediately know the answer, but I always get my decimals wrong. So you've got 4 billion times 5. This isn't working. Anyway, using $5 a barrel, which could be high, it could be low, it's what I'm using, on 4 billion barrels, which could be low, almost certainly at the Oro Grande, it gives you $20 billion worth that somebody would be willing to pay. And you divide it by 165 million shares, it's $121 a share. That is my opinion of what the stock is worth now. But if you think my $5 is too high, just call it $1. Divide this by 5. Maybe it's $21 a share. I don't know. Call it $100 a share. Well, the problem I'm trying to point out is that's for 165 million shares. If they pay you, who's they? Who's they? Who's responsible to pay? Why don't we focus on that? Who's responsible to pay? The criminals, but all that money's probably offshore. The prime brokers, and your broker dealers. That's who's responsible to pay. The criminals, the prime brokers, because there's cash there, but they also are the ones that took the orders. And then your broker dealers took your cash, settled, and they said, in their wisdom, they said that the failure to delivers they took to honor the other side of your purchase were good, because they got assurance from the prime broker. Broker got it from the criminal, their client. These are the people that will come first. The broker dealers are going to say, hey, we didn't know. We just hired a bunch of kids out of college. They didn't know. Our systems failed us. We thought we had state-of-the-art systems. They're going to say it really wasn't our fault. They're going to call the prime broker and say, where's the other side of these trades? I'm sure they're already doing it. I think there's 109 of these guys, something like that. They're going to go to the prime broker. The prime broker is going to go to their clients, the criminals. The criminals going, hey, what me worry? I don't know. I DK the trade. So to the extent that the criminals have accounts with cash here, it will come out of the prime broker's cash first. Then it's going to, if there's any cross collateral or assets that the prime brokers can seize from the criminals, it'll come out of the criminals. Then, if the FBI or the lawyers or the SEC threatens the criminals with jail time, prison, they might get the criminals to bring some money in from offshore. But it'll go first prime broker, then criminals, and then it goes to your broker dealers. So I think one or two prime brokers will collapse. Criminals could spend the rest of their life in prison. And there'll be broker dealers shaking at their foundation. And the broker dealers will say, well, we'll put up money. And remember, there's 109 of them. Some of these broker dealers, like maybe TD Ameritrade as an example, are more, if there's such a thing, more complicit in this than maybe Davenport Securities might have one or two accounts out of Richmond, Virginia. But ultimately, these broker dealers are going to say no mas, and it'll all fall on the DTCC, which is Goldman Sachs, Merrill Lynch. It's all of them. It's all of them. It's the entire financial system. Well, I think if you were to pay $100 on $1 billion, I already showed you, that's $1 trillion. That, you're wondering, well, who's going to pay that? How can they pay that? The last time I looked, the DTC had $80 trillion in assets. I mean, obviously they're custodialing that. It was as high as 120 trillion. The brokerage firms all have the taxpayer backing them, but they also have capital. I think they can absorb $1 trillion. It could get a lot worse with civil penalties, criminal penalties, fraud. So, what is the solution? The solution to me is very simple. You've got the SEC and FINRA who are completely irrelevant. They failed at their job. They want to keep their jobs. There's no money there. You can't really sue them. But they're irrelevant. And they'll have to give their blessing. You've got journalists and you've got Congress. You've got journalists in Congress. They don't matter. The one thing the system doesn't want is for the journalists to pick up on this, or Congress to pick up on this. So the longer it goes on, these are threats to the financial system. But right now, they're just sleeping giants. So then we've already discussed who has to pay. It's the criminals. That's the hedge funds. Whatever you want to call them. The prime brokers and the broker dealers. These are the ones that have to pay. The people that created this crime, the prime brokers that allowed it, and the broker dealers that looked the other way, your brokerage firms. And then behind all of that will be the DTCC. But that's who has to pay. Who should benefit? Who should get? Look, for those lucky people at AST, American Stock Transfer, the 165 million, they already have Nextbridge. I think that's good. I think Nextbridge could be the best oil and gas company in well, maybe in the world. But anyway, so you have Nextbridge here. Then you've got MMAT. These are the wronged parties. They've got you and me. That's basically it. Well, you and me have counterfeit shares. So what I think the solution should be is Nextbridge should issue. They've only got the ability to issue up to 500 million, but I think it's a billion. So they should issue 1 billion additional shares. This might take votes and adjustment. 1 billion shares at I think it should be $1,000, maybe 1,100. Why? Because remember I told you you're supposed to get 165 million. It can't be at $100 because then you got diluted on what you were promised. So I think they should issue 1 billion shares, and in my case, I'm going to say for $1,100 a share, new shares. So that brings in over $1 trillion. Over $1 trillion. The lawyers should be paid. They should pay the lawyers $100 billion just for existing, because without lawyers, where would we be? Give the lawyers $100 billion. Then that leaves $1 trillion. So what should happen then is everybody that didn't get a share of Nextbridge now gets 1 share per 1 share of MMTLP. So all of a sudden, Nextbridge has 1,165,000,000 shares outstanding. And you're going to say that's massive. And it is. But everybody, including the originals, should get something. I don't know. I'll make it up. They should get $100 cash distribution. So everybody should get 1 share of Nextbridge and $100 cash distribution. What does that leave Nextbridge? That leaves Nextbridge. This, to me, is the most exciting part about it. It leaves Nextbridge as a company. Yes, it has more shares than it originally wanted to have outstanding. But it leaves Nextbridge with Australian stock like cap table. Yes, I agree with that. But it leaves Nextbridge with, in my example, somewhere around these are rough numbers. $900 million in cash. $900 million in cash. That would be your company. There's no, what is it called? ESG? There's no BlackRock environmental, social, and governance. So they don't have any of that pressure from a hedge fund or a bankster. There's also no restrictions on how this money can be spent from a hedge fund or a New York source of capital. So NextBridge could acquire more acreage right in that area. They could acquire companies. They could acquire cash flow. They can distribute money without restriction that the big pools of money now do on oil and gas companies. So NextBridge becomes a massively valuable, free to act oil and gas company. This could be the best investment any of us have ever seen, and I think we would turn a bad situation into a positive. But what you'd have to give up, remember I said there's lawyers involved? To get everybody to sign off on this, the lawyers are going to require releases. They're going to require releases. So, unfortunately, I think that means if you accept the deal, that means you don't sue the criminals. The criminals don't go to jail. It means you don't sue the prime broker. Prime brokers don't go to jail. It means you don't sue the broker dealers. So justice, you won't feel that justice. But on the other hand, you'll have, in my judgment, you'll have a company that's worth maybe $750 a share out of the gate. Plus you'll have cash in your pocket, and the company will go on to rival one of the majors in the oil and the gas business. I think that's the solution. And what's in it for the SEC and FINRA and all that is they can keep their jobs. Journalism goes away. They can brush this under the table. Anyway, that's my solution. June 25th is your bet for total collapse of the banks. I don't know why June 25th. You like the way I think. You like the cut of my jib. I was talking about MMTLB because MMTLP is what we all have, counterfeit. I have it too. But the problem is there's not enough NextBridge shares. NextBridge doesn't have to issue more shares. So the only way to induce NextBridge to issue more shares is to give them a manure load of money, a lot of money, and make them the next Apache or maybe Exxon. It won't be as big as Exxon. Deacon Blues, NextBridge will sell the asset before any settlement is made. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Deacon. I've shown you, well, you seem to know what you're talking about, so I wish I could listen to you rather than bore you with my view. I've shown this to some people before. But in a new discovery, first you have the idea of a field, and then you do the work proving the oil's there and getting it into production. You have to raise money early stage, and it's sort of an S-curve of valuation. And it hasn't been a straight line down here, but Torchlight to MMTLP and now to Nextbridge, they've gone through, I don't know, a decade of when the idea first came to somebody's head, raised a little money, went through troubles, went through shorting, did the reverse split, reverse merger, and then somewhere here in the value creation is where you are right now. Well, the whales, I won't speak for them, but if I were a whale, I wouldn't want to sell now. I wouldn't want to sell here. Unless, and Deacon Blue, unless, because I don't have this information, unless they have an engineering report that proves up the reserves, and there's more than one bidder. If there's more than one bidder, you don't want to sell here. You don't really want to wait to sell up here either. You've wasted this time, however much time that is. You want to sell somewhere in here, or maybe here. But it becomes a function of time. If this happens very quickly, you take this money out at this valuation and you go do it again. But you don't wait for it to get up into the arithmetic rates of returns when the value's up here. Leave that to the retirement plans, because this amount of time, that's not a huge increase in your value of money when you can go start again somewhere and do this again. So that's one reason, Deacon Blues, I don't think they're going to sell now. My only caveat to my own reasoning is if there's already a Netherland and Sewell report showing the value here that a Chevron or an Exxon or an Apache can believe, well, then you're right. They might sell it. Now, the second reason why I don't think they'll be able to sell is I don't know if I'm going to spell this correctly. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not a speller. But this concept, Liz Pendens, I think the lawyers involved are going to claim the assets that Nextbridge has while this debate is going on, and nobody is going to want to buy the assets as long. I don't know if there's such a thing as Liz Pendens in oil and gas assets, but in real estate, if you have a dispute, you file Liz Pendens, you can't sell that property. The title is clouded until the legal issues are resolved. That's what I think. That's why I don't think they'll be able to sell Nextbridge until there's a settlement, until there's releases all around. And that's why I'm pessimistic about a quick settlement, because you've got hundreds of attorneys, and if you reduce it to the decision-making attorneys, maybe it's 24 attorneys. It's a lot of attorneys that you've got to convince that the deal is that they've squeezed the lemon babe till the juice runs down your leg. The land is leased, sell rights to lease is the asset. Well, yeah, the land is leased, Tuck T. But when you lease acreage in the United States, in Canada it's different. The Crown owns the land, and it's like you get a, what do you call it? It's like in London when you buy a property. If you don't buy a freehold, you just are buying the rest of the term, how many ever years are left. But in the United States, they separate surface rights in, well, it depends on the state and the situation. But when you buy property in the United States, you have the right to the surface and all the way down. But you can lease those from different, all of it, or you can just say down to a certain zone or a certain level, I'm leasing it to you. And the terms on that lease could be pay me $100 an acre up front, 5 years, and you agree to drill 2 wells a year in the first 5 years. So you have to drill 10 wells over that 5-year period, and maybe there's a renewal, automatic renewal for another $50 payment for 3 more years or something. I mean, every lease is slightly different. But Tuck, the thing that you've got to understand is all leases, at least the ones I've ever heard of, and I'm not a genius at oil and gas, is if you meet the drilling requirements, the lease stays in place. And it'll be defined in the lease. But if those, in this example, those 10 wells, if one of them is producing, you can hold the whole acreage position because there's production. Why? Why is that a good deal for the landholder? Because the landholder is getting an eighth or a quarter even of the revenue off of that production. So anyway, yes, the asset is the leases, and as the oil is proved up and produced, the leases stay in effect for as long as it takes to basically drain the reserve. What's in it for the landholder? They don't get a lease payment anymore. They just get a cash flow off the wells. What's the news at 9? I know, D. Croteau. I don't think there'll be any news at 9. The responses have to be in to the judge by 9 p.m. today. I imagine that she's not going to read them in 5 minutes. So I don't expect any news tonight. Oh, here, not legal advice. This is great. A lis pendens is a notice, acts like a lien, during the pendency of a lawsuit involving title to or right to possession of real property. There it is, lis pendens. And he spelled it, or she, I think it's a he, but anyway, spelled it correctly. So that's what lis pendens is. And that's what I don't know. I would imagine out of all these attorneys that they're going to put a claim on the assets while they sort the competing arguments. The land is lease. Great jib. It sounds great. Well, MKC, the reason they wouldn't do it, what I just suggested it months ago, and I did a better job months ago, is one, the lawyers have to prove to everybody how smart they are. 2, the lawyers have to educate themselves because they don't know before they come to a final decision. And 3, the biggest obstacle is it's a lot of money. What I just talked about is over $1 trillion. But I believe if they had allowed the short squeeze, I think it easily could have cost the system hundreds of billions of dollars. It was massive. Maybe even $1 trillion. Who knows? We will never know. But in the gray market, where they pick you off one by one, maybe they could get this done for $10 billion. Who knows on that either? or if they return your money and you agree to it, that'll be cheaper. But guess what? You've got at least 4, I think 5 whales who are not going to accept just getting their money back. They understand the risks they took. They understand how they've been harmed, and they're angry in a professional way. One of them said on Twitter, I quote it all the time, and I forget now who it was, but one of the insiders said that he wouldn't accept less than $600 a share in settlement. His answer would be not only no, but it'd be hell no, and here's a lawsuit. Now, I will admit to you that my valuation in the initial instance could be rose-colored glasses, because anything can happen in an oil and gas project. Anything. They can hit a fault, or it's always something. But I think there's been enough study here, and the fact that there was a press release that Nexbridge bought the remaining ownership of Oro Grande, that gives you some really good feeling about what they've discovered there and what they're proving up. I was going to make another point, and Joe Biden, it's gone. But anyway, I think the biggest risk to what I'm suggesting is that high number. It just is too much money. The lawyers are going to say, FINRA's going to say, we don't want to set a precedent. That's so much money. But you don't have the short squeeze option anymore. You might have some sort of a gray market, but they're going to have a hard time in the gray market getting a release from the whales. So what if they buy a few of you out inexpensively? The whales aren't going to sign. So that's not going to be a solution to their problem either. Then the other thing is to do a settlement, like I said. And the reason it costs so much is to get everybody's signatures. It's to get everybody's signatures. But if they don't go that route, you've only got 2 ways left. One is just a decision somewhere that we're going to unwind all the trades. We're just going to pay everybody back the money they put up. But by definition, nobody's going to sign a release on that. That will be lawsuit city. And they're going to say, well, we had arbitration clauses, so you have to go before these panels, and so it might be hard to find lawyers who will take the case. And I'm not a lawyer, but I think fraud and securities, wire fraud, securities fraud by the broker-dealers will, and I think this is a legal word, will vitiate the arbitration clause. I think fraud destroys the rights that were set up under the arbitration clauses. But anyway, there will be lawsuits if they just return your money. The other thing is, if it just goes the legal route, on and on and on and on for another year, 2 years, I think there'll be lawsuits there too. As lawyers start to coalesce around the issues, there's going to be lawsuits. Also, remember this, out of the 109 broker-dealers, they're not monolithical. There might be 1 or 2 that have their pants down a lot further than the remainder. And some might be sitting, with their legs crossed and prim and proper, thank you very much. But right now, because their lawyers are all saying, we've got to find out what it is, let us discuss, let's see what we can do, all that. They all look monolithical, but they're not. They're not a monolith. Many of those smaller brokers, probably 80%, it's always the 80-20 rule, 80% are going to want to resolve this problem. And they might start suing FINRA, suing other broker-dealers themselves. They don't want to go to jail. So anyway, my point, my very long-winded point, is if this goes legal, I think it's going to cost a lot more than $1 trillion. A lot more. I think this is Peter Angelos land. This is tobacco lawsuit land. This is asbestos lawsuit land. This will be so big if it keeps going in the legal system, particularly if journalists turn on them. And if we have a crash of some kind, even the regulators and Congress will turn on them. It's going to get expensive. So I think, and I thought this back in December, the easiest solution is to get a Dagny Talbert and Hank Strong around a virtual conference table, bring everybody together and knock out a settlement. It would mean a powerful, independent Nexbridge. It would mean MMAT gets their money back and they're free from any taint. It would mean that all of you and me too would own a piece of Nexbridge and we'd get a cash settlement, as would everybody involved in Nexbridge. The criminals would be able to walk free, but they'd lose all their money probably. Prime brokers would not go to jail, but one or two would collapse. Broker dealers would shake. Their knees would wobble, but they would continue to be able to do business. They want to keep their right to do business. They could make that up in the future. The hedge funds involved, it'll just be a cost of doing business. And if at the same time the lawyers can figure out how to bring the United States Department of Treasury in, they could get the criminals to pay taxes on their illegal gains. And that would be a source of capital that could go into the government. There's a lot of money here. I think the settlement is the way to do it. And no one's going to be happy with it 100%. But I think it would make a kick-ass oil and gas company. I think it would be massive. Will from Saratoga Springs. I've never doubted GTII until now. Well, doubt. Will, let me just answer Ryan's question. Doubt's not. Doubt means you're a intelligent, critically thinking guy, and doubt makes sense. Then why the ARB? I don't know what you mean, Ryan. I assume you mean the arbitration clause, because they make you all sign that. I might be wrong. I'm not an attorney, as I've said repeatedly, but I think fraud would break down the walls of those arbitration contracts, but I don't know. They might not. Wall Street has been in the business of stealing from you for a long, long time. Okay, here's not legal advice. And I'd rather listen to him, not me. Unfortunately, I do not see a swift end at this point, absent some unforeseen event. I still think it will get resolved, but on a legal clock. I agree with you. I couldn't agree with you. That's what I see now. And that's why I'm negative in terms of a quick solution for everybody. But let me emphasize to everyone. Just treat it as if your money went from a public account, a public stock market. Most of you can't invest in accredited, unless you're an accredited investor. Most of you can't invest in private placements. Just look at MMTLP as a private placement. And it gives you exposure, in my judgment, to the place you want to be over the next decade with your money, which is oil and gas. I also think precious metals, farmland, water, resources. But I think oil and gas in North America is where you want to be. Could be wrong. But as a private investment, a private placement, whether it's $10,000 or $100,000 or more, I think all private placements you can't sell, although there's been attempts in my lifetime. I've seen different attempts to create marketplaces for them. But in essence, you can't sell, or you won't want to sell at such low prices. So I believe you've got to stop looking at MMTLP as, is there news at 9 o'clock tonight? What's going to happen next week? What's going to happen on July 4th? It's a private placement. And when the value's there, when the legal issues are resolved, I think you're going to be rewarded for your ownership in that, in MMTLP. The system, one of the strengths of the American financial system is the integrity of that contract. When you put up cash to buy a stock and the other side lie, even if they lie and say they're settling it with stock, the broker-dealer, the system, is guaranteeing that trade. The fact that they're complicit in this counterfeiting doesn't change the sacredness of that contract. And if they want to destroy the U.S. markets, they'll bust that arrangement, and I don't think they will. Let me see. Not legal advice. Yes, but wouldn't they want to avoid more pain than they need to? Just saying. Yeah. Nobody is going to pay, from Will, Saratoga Springs. Now, Will, I'm confused if you're talking about GTII or MMTLP. Will from Saratoga Springs. Nobody gives a frosted flake about discovery. The government just told you they're going to do anything. No 1-800 lawyers, no Trento, no squeeze. This play is over if nothing is going to be enforced. Well, Will, that's powerful. I'll talk about that's GTII. I want to see what not legal advice is saying. Let me just my interests, this is not legal advice. My interests are not just financial. One never knows what can be learned in discovery. That's true. Will, I'll get to your question. See, not. Darn it. So I'm wrong. I'm 100% wrong. Not legal advice says that fraud does not vitiate the ARB clauses. So that's the problem. Mark Basile on Twitter asked the question, why haven't other lawyers, if these cases are so good, why haven't other lawyers filed? That's my reason, is because the big pockets of money just aren't there because of the arbitration clauses. That's it. That's too bad. So that knocks out part of my reasoning. But I would say not legal advice. The longer this goes on down the legal route, the more NextBridge gets proved up in terms of value per share. So, it's all it's all speculation now. But if they go from 4 billion barrels to, 8, and oil prices go to 100, and, you can put a bunch of things in. But then it won't matter about the arbitration clauses, because the settlement will have to be based on the value of net. Well, I just thought of something. They might have to do it, what was the value at the time of the trade, which is what the criminals, that's why they sold it down to 287, plus some interest rate. I don't think they'll do that because they owe you the shares at settlement. So if they can show the value of each share as being significantly higher, that's what they owe you. Yeah, blanket immunity without oversight is a grave problem, and it's seeped into our yeah, Mike Dugan, I agree with that. Not legal advice says, I think FINRA are pompous and believe they are above the law. I agree with this too. I also think some of them are just, A students that went to law school and then joined FINRA and have no clue what they're doing. But it's clear that FINRA is captured and believes they're above the law. And then Mike Dugan, like I said, some won't live long enough or lose their house or car. Reputations are taking a big hit on this. Well, Mike, I think when I say that I think it could take a long time for MMTLP, it's already been quite a while. I'm not saying forever. If I had to pick an outside, what's the outside length of time? I'd say 2.5 years. We've already been half a year. Who knows? There's so much prediction here. But I would say 2 years from now, you'll have your money. Most of us will live another two years. All right, I got to answer GTII. Yeah, Sandman, I would be happy with your recommended outcome. Honestly, care more about myself coming out ahead than the criminals going to jail. And I would also add to that, Sandman, that Wall Street, the only thing that matters to these guys and girls is money. It's the only thing that matters. It's the only thing. If they go to prison, they're going to go to some, golf club, jailhouse in the mountains and, take a degree in archaeology. Wes Christian and his crew are still negotiating as far as I know, M. Casey says, so there must be a good chance. I don't know who Wes Christian's client is, but I believe it's Hornblower, LLC. I'm not sure that represents it's important. It represents some significant investors and MMTLP, but it's just one of many lawyers. So I think there's still a chance, of course. How is GTII going to squeeze if nothing is going to be enforced? Isn't that what we're in the play to begin with? Because every trade is guaranteed by NSC. While Ham's wrong, it's not guaranteed. Not legal advice. They may use $2.90 as a base price to say that $12 is a fair price. Yeah, I think that's right, Not. And I actually think they might come in at 12, which was the highest it ever traded, and say that covers everything. They might go up a bit to $15, and it may just be an ultimatum. Take it or leave it. If you don't take it, we wash our hands, and then it will be incumbent on people to sue. But we're so atomized we'd have to come collectively to pay for an attorney. It'd have to be a class action, and I don't think a single attorney would take a class action suit against brokerage firms because of the arbitration clauses. Morty Jangles, Bojangles, 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time ruling is coming out. That's news to me. Hi, Doug. I look forward to the news on Alpine. Yeah, FINRA, it starts with the man at the top, Cook. I agree, Robert Cook. But I also think that, and I'm not impressed with him, but I also think that one of the women at the top, I forget her name right now, blonde hair, she is an attorney. She's an attorney there, and as we speak, she's a senior level Goldman Sachs employee. I put it up on Twitter before. Yeah, I think Wes Christian is working with John Berta. I know, Will, I'll get to it. I just want to finish the... Casey, I could be wrong, by the way. One of the best ways to survive mental stress is to look at the worst case and then just take a deep breath and say, okay, I can handle 2 more years. But it might get resolved this month. Why this month? Because maybe the system doesn't want it to go into the second half of the fiscal year, the reporting year. The GTII squeeze looks like it's going to take a long time, doesn't it? Well, it's already been 2.5 years in GTII for me. Cano knock, don't. Okay. All right, so now I'm going to talk about GTII. I'm still willing to, I really appreciate not legal advice's advice because I think he knows more about MMTLP than I do. And I think it's helpful to the people that are in MMTLP to get some of that. It also helps me maybe when I'm on other space calls to maybe add a little bit to the discussion. But I really appreciate the input from Not Legal Advice, from Knots Landing. Let me see. I've gotten it. I'm going to answer it, Will, but I got a bunch of text messages, and I just want to make sure it's not. Okay, nothing. Somebody's texting me that Elon is going to, or YouTube's going to allow us to talk about the election. I don't know. All right, Will, on GTII. Your question is, if nothing's going to be enforced, how will it ever squeeze? Well, if you assume that nothing will be enforced, you're right. For example, if Kurt Kramer, Seth Kramer, and Power Up Lending, or whatever LLC, were under investigation at the SEC, it's possible that that case has been dismissed. And maybe the bad actor, Kurt Kramer, is walking free, as he is right now. That may be true. We don't know that for a fact, but it may be true. For at least 2.5 years, the SEC has not enforced any rules as regards to the failure to deliver shares in GTII. Why? Gary Gensler ignores the over-the-counter market. He just doesn't care. Just doesn't care. And the SEC, therefore, probably doesn't care. FINRA has done nothing about it. So, Will, you're right. If that's how you assess it, I would tell you there's no reason to be in GTII. It's 90 cents. It could go to 10 cents with that scenario. So you might as well get out at 90 and put the money somewhere else. 1-800 Law Firm has nothing to do with the SEC or with FINRA. But it's my opinion that 1-800 Law Firm is not going to happen. And my reasoning is very basic. Very basic. They put out a press release extending the time frame to get the deal done to May 15th, a Monday. There's been no announcement since. And to me, if the deal had been consummated, they would be obligated to put out a press release. If the deal were extended, they'd be obligated to put out a press release. I believe that because they already put out a press release saying that they've extended the time frame of the agreement to get a deal done to May 15th, it's already in that press release that if the deal doesn't get done by the 15th, they don't have to put out a press release. It's already happened. Why would you put out a -1 anyway? But it's implied in the fact that the deadline came and went. So that's why I think 1-800 is not going to happen. And it has nothing to do with the SEC or FINRA or enforcement. There was nothing in the SEC's rather embarrassing release today on a Friday that they've agreed to let 48 banned individuals be able to get in the financial industry again, and that they've dropped 42 different criminal cases because of an inadvertent mistake. An inadvertent mistake. I think Congress should investigate that. But remember, Goldman Sachs bought Hillary Clinton, bought Joe Biden, bought Janet Yellen, and they bought FINRA, and they bought the SEC, and they bought Gary Gensler. So good luck. Rot's a ruck. So anyway, Will, what does that leave us with GTII? What does it leave us with GTII? Now, people are going to say, oh, you can't use that number. You can't use that number. You can't use that number. Ricky, don't lose that number. It's the only one I own. You own. It's the only one you own. So in the case of GTII, Will, the bad actor, Kurt Kramer, sold 50 million shares of GTII that don't exist. Now, he did it under the auspices of a toxic convertible note issued in November of 20. In January or February of 21, Reichman bought that note back with penalties, with a massive cost, and it was all per Kurt Kramer's lawyer, Richard Nadich's document. I assume Nadich wrote the document. So, in February of, or January, but let's use February of 2020. Let me just get this right. This is 23, 20, 22, 21. Yeah, 2020. No, sorry. 2021. February of 2021. there were 50 million shares counterfeit in GTII. That means there was, if you go from February 21 to February 22 to February 23, that's 24 months. If you assume 10 million on average counterfeit shares sold every month since then, which I will tell you is either low or quite close to the number. So for 2 years, 240. Let's ignore March, April, and May this year. We'll throw them out. We'll just ignore it. So you've got 240 plus 50. It's 290 million. And since I threw out the other one, let me round this up to 300 million, not because I'm trying to exaggerate, but because it's so much easier arithmetic. So there's 300 million in all of your accounts, in my account. There's 300 million shares of GTII sitting in trades, failure to deliver, that have to be bought back in eventually. The question is, can they seller box it? Do you know what seller boxing is? Seller boxing are companies, I don't know if they're going to finish it, but they've gotten DBMM very close to seller boxed. HPIL, they seller boxed. This is one that Mark Bazile represented the company, and he made an amicable settlement with Kurt Kramer. Venue, VNUE, same thing. Mark Bazile represented the company, made an amicable settlement with Kurt Kramer. Both of these stocks trade at 0.000001. That's seller boxed. GTLL, seller boxed. And there's endless examples of companies seller boxed. That's Kurt Kramer's goal. What is seller boxed? It means that the company has, you remember that thing, help me, I've fallen and I can't get up? Click, buy this for your grandmother. Help me, I'm fallen and I can't get up. And a speaker says it over and over again. Help me, I've fallen and I can't get up. That's what seller boxing is. They drive these stocks down to very profitable levels for themselves. It's like that one Lou gave us, that medical company, 0.0001 to 0.002. Well, that was, and 0.00003, that was just seller boxing. So that's what Kurt Kramer's goal was in GTII. He wants to get these shares down to a penny and below, and then he can work his magic. He can finish off destroying the company. He doesn't have to pay taxes on the money he takes out. There's no 1099s. And he can go on and kill other companies. And this is what Gary Gensler protects. He protects 48 people and 42 cases over a technicality. I want your badge, Callahan. Here it is. It's a 6-point suppository. Sorry, Callahan, what did you say? I'm telling you, this is my badge, and you can stick it up your lieutenant. Captain. You can stick it up your rear end. I had a deal with Mustafa. Okay. So, Will, where does that leave us, Will? I know I'm taking a long time to answer your question on GTII. The reason I moved this to 300 million is last month GTII issued 10%, 30 million restricted shares as a dividend. And you're all saying, well, it didn't do anything. Well, you don't know that yet. GTII issued a warrant at $2.75 as a special distribution. This is what this is. It was working until COSM and their 2 or 3 guys came over and convinced everyone, go into COSM. It worked. If you think, whether it was just by accident, that worked to save Kurt Kramer. Was it worth money to Kurt Kramer to get somebody to do that for him? I don't know. That's too much conspiracy theory. But it worked. So anyway, in the meantime, the good news is they sold another 100 million shares, counterfeit. But my point is, you don't know that this isn't working. These are restricted shares. They're not common stock. These don't trade. So they can't, much like MMTLP, they can't just stuff your account with failures to deliver of this. At least that's the theory. But yes, Will, GTII keeps trying different traps, if you want to call them that, to do the reckoning that Gary Gensler should be doing, because the system is flaccid, it's weak, and it's captured. So GTII is trying to use the system's own rules to get a reckoning of 300 million counterfeit shares needing to be bought in. Well, here, this might be working. So, Will, it never was going to work in a day. It's probably not going to work in a week. And it may not work in a month. But that's out there, and that could, at any time, start one firm buying in shares. That's number one, Will. Number 2 is Alpine. 2 things about Alpine, Will. Alpine is like the Leonard Skinner's song, "Ooh, ooh, that smell. The smell of death surrounds you." This, nobody wants to be. No one wants to have Alpine as their prime broker anymore. That's number 1. Number 2, if you read the judge's requests, of course, I'm making an assumption, but I read it that the judges had just about enough of Alpine's bogus filings. So I think next week, it's very likely, the second point is that Alpine gets expelled permanently by FINRA from being a prime broker, from the financial markets. And his wife, John Hurry's wife, runs Scottsdale Capital. Maybe they get gone too. I think that's coming next week. Now, what happens if Alpine suddenly either is defunct or if Alpine, everyone leaves it quickly and it's essentially defunct? Some portion will, and I don't know, I just showed it to you, but maybe I can find it again. If you look at the bottom here, let me just read this all out to you, Will. On October 28th, 2022, in connection with its application for review, Alpine filed its expedited stay motion requesting a stay of NSCC. Let me start again because of the noise. On October 28, 2022, in connection with its application for review, Alpine filed its expedited stay motion requesting a stay of the National Security Corporation's imposition of $2 million backtesting charge. As noted above, NSCC does not impose backtesting charges under the approved rule change that Alpine challenges in its application for review in these proceedings. Rather, NSCC imposes backtesting charges under rule changes that the SEC, the Commission, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Commission approved in 2016 November. But NSCC assesses the backtesting charge based in part by reference to other charges that NSCC imposes under the approved rule change that is the subject of Alpine's application. Alpine sought an expedited stay because NSCC informed it that the charge would be effective November 1, 2022. NSCC informed Alpine that deficiencies NSCC observed in September 2022 caused Alpine to fall below the backtesting target, and it attributed the deficiencies to Alpine's, quote, net short portfolios, with the top driver being a concentrated short position in GTII. So, Will, the prime broker for Kurt Kramer is this shady character called John Hurry and Alpine. For the longest time in GTII, unlike AMC, unlike GME, unlike COSM, unlike CLNV, unlike MMTLP, fill in the blank, unlike, is Kurt Kramer, Seth Kramer, and Charlie Mayo. One trapped short. They started with 50 million short through Alpine, in all likelihood, and now it's up to 300, maybe 350 million. And if you count in the restricted shares, which the shorts are obligated to pay, you add 30 million to 300, it's 330 million anyway. But, Will, my point is, if Alpine goes down, they called it a concentrated position of short of GTII. If you don't believe this number in the first instance, let's cut it in half to 150 million. And I could keep doing that, but let's just stop there for sake of argument. And then if you assume, well, what if Alpine wasn't their only prime broker? Maybe Kurt Kramer only did part of his trades. So let's cut that down to 50 million at Alpine. I'm not gonna cut it much below this because I don't think it would be highlighted in a document given to a court written up by DTCC and NSCC as a large concentrated position if it weren't large. If this were only 5 million or 10 million shares, that's not large. I think 50 million is large, maybe more. But we want to be negative right now. Let's just say it's 50 million. Well, Will, that has to be bought back in. Nobody on Wall Street, not Gary Gensler, the goober, he's not going to put his life at risk for Kurt Kramer and Alpine and John Hurry. Goldman Sachs isn't going to take it. They got their own problems. This has to be bought in. 50 million shares of GTII sitting there like a ticking time bomb to be bought in. But maybe it's time to be disappointed and believe there's no enforcement. My point is GTII is doing the things to trap the system using the system's own rules, and GTII's done a dozen of these things. So my first thing is the restricted share distribution as a dividend. My second thing is that Alpine is going down. And the shares are going to have to be bought back in. And do you think they're going to, who's they in that case, are going to manage the buy-in to keep it down? Is it going to be FINRA? FINRA going to stop trading? I suppose if they really want to step in it. Is it going to be SEC? I suppose. If you want to be negative, government can do anything. They can lock down an entire country on a strain of a virus that killed no one under the age of 50. That's an Israeli study. But the government can shut down an entire economy to make sure Trump doesn't get elected. They can do anything. But will, this has to be bought in. Nobody is going to take this 50 million share position or more onto their books. It has to be bought in. Citadel, Goldman Sachs, Gary Gensler, they're not going to help this. The difference with MMTLP, Will, and NextBridge, NextBridge was a private company. GTI is a public company. They can't halt trading on the over-the-counter. Now, I just gave you the ridiculous comparison because anything can happen. We're just the slaves in this government, in this current government. But there's no reason to believe that the rules will be exempted for the likes of John Hurry, Justine Hurry, and Kurt and Seth Kramer. Okay, number one, the special dividend I think could catch out the shorts. Number two, Alpine going down, I think almost certainly will catch out the shorts because they have to buy in. What's number three? It's one that you dismissed. You just dismissed. It's fair enough. You can. I'm not upset that you dismissed it. But I don't think there's evidence other than time, and your impatience, my impatience. There's no evidence to show that you're right, or I'm right when I say, oh, it's never going to happen. No evidence. What is the evidence? The Trento mine. It's on the website as a pending project. What's the evidence? 40% of this Trento mine, this all in press releases, is owned by Sean Weintraub. Sean Weintraub owns 40% of this. He also owns several other mines, but one is a Mexican mine that has lithium. Sean has entered into an agreement with GTII to put his 40% of this $30 billion asset and the Mexico mine into GTII. He's entered into that agreement. So you're saying, well, why hasn't it happened? It's never going to happen. Everything's against us. The criminals are going to win. It's never going to happen. It's just more. Well, it might not. You know what? It might not. will. It might not. But why would Sean Weintraub do it? I don't remember the deal. But let's just say he gets 100 million shares of GTII. I don't know. I don't know what the number is. But he gets 100 million shares of GTII in exchange for his 40% of a mine worth 30 billion, and it's going into production, and it has an engineering report. It's going to be in production within 12 months. So I would argue there won't be very much discounting off of that valuation because the reserves will be proved up. That's an assumption. But that means he gets 100 million shares for $12 billion plus. I left out the lithium mine in Mexico. But if he gets 100 million shares for 40% of a $30 billion project, which I'm not discounting, I'm giving it no present value discount, that's 12 billion. What is it really? What is it really, Will? It's $12 a share. That's what this transaction is equivalent to. Now, the fact is there's more shares than that in GTII. So let's cut that 12 down. We don't know the number, so it doesn't matter what I say. Let's just say it's $5 a share net value in GTII if the Trento mine deal goes ahead. Right now, GTII is selling for 90 cents. With all the efforts that the criminals have done to drive the stock down, it's at 90 cents. What if one day there's a press release that we've come to agreement, and all of a sudden the book value, the NAV, so to speak, the net asset value of GTII is $5 a share, provable. Well, of course, the crack research team over at Power Up Lending is going to immediately read that press release and say $5 a share? Oh, that's negative news. That's just a CEO pump and dumping. Let's just sell. How come all these people that are protecting us from pump and dumpers sell counterfeit shares? We're not able to sell counterfeit shares. And then they take the money for themselves. Anyway, Will comes out at $5. In this example, it could be 3, it could be 10, whatever. $5. Two aspects about it. Will, if that were to happen, there'd be no seller boxing. Kurt Kramer couldn't pitch to his investors. He couldn't pitch to whatever hedge funds backing him. He couldn't pitch to his minions. He couldn't pitch to his friends. We're going to seller box it like we did to HPIL or like we did to VNU. After we got Mark Bazile to settle amicably, we just drove it down to 0.00001. So there's no risk. Come help us, you're going to make a fortune. No. As soon as there's a net NAV because of an acquisition of Trento Mine, there's no seller boxing. That's the first part of this number 3. The second part if the stock goes to $5, and right now let's call it $1, and let's say that there's no margin calls going on in the criminal's account at $1. If suddenly it's worth $5, they're going to call $4 a share at a minimum. They'll probably call more, but $4 a share they're going to call up and say, hey, Kurt, and it's somebody else now. I think Kurt's away from it now. But they'll say, hey, Kurt, we need $4 times, in my example, 50 million. We need 200 million in by 2 p.m. tomorrow. Well, I can't do it. Can't I have a little more time? I've been your best client. Well, let me call you back. Well, I called. Best we can do, we can give you to 3 p.m. tomorrow to bring in 200 million to the account. Will, do you think Kurt Kramer, who's squirreled away all of his ill-gotten gains, is going to wire money back to Alpine? No. So there will be a buy-in. So my third reason, buy-ins because of the potential of Trento Mine. Now let me tell you something, Will. Let me tell you something. The deal with Trento Mine has taken a long time because they had to put together international syndicate of banks to raise $350 million. I don't know what they finally have raised. There's rumors they got it done. I've been hearing those rumors since August. So there's no inside information here. I even heard that it got done 3 or 4 weeks ago. Clearly, that was either early or whatever. But Sean Weintraub owns 40%. Trento Mine, the other 60%, is a privately held company out of Chile. The rumors are that they're negotiating for that portion as well. So why do I bring that up, Sean? This would be massive if it's the entire $30 billion. But the real reason I bring it up, a lot of the uncertainty about the Trento deal is caused trying to get this last 60% done. The 40% is agreed. I don't know. I don't think there's evidence it's not going to go through. I'm not saying it will, but I would say it's 50-60% likely to go through. I'm not going to write it down, but my fourth thing is there could be other acquisitions. That's my fourth thing. That's the business they're in. My fifth thing is that I'll just make a combination of several. The FBI going after Westpac, not Westpac, but the client of Westpac. West Christian going after 50 John Does. Possibly, you might be right, I think it was somebody else, but you might be right that the SEC isn't going to enforce against Kurt Kramer, but we don't know. We don't know that. So there's still a possibility the SEC is looking into Kurt Kramer, but I'm suspicious on that one too. So anyway, that's my fifth. I think that's 5. And my final one is I just forgot it. I got it. My final one, Will, is there's 19 million shares to be bought. The criminals sitting in Switzerland have a short position of 19 million shares of GTII. There's only 2 banks, prime brokers over there, UBS and Credit Suisse. UBS bought Credit Suisse. Well, if this position were held at UBS, it's probably already buried. So it's likely that the position is held at Credit Suisse. UBS is buying Credit Suisse. They want this cleaned up. Why are all the hurried phone calls in to management at GTII, we will give you, when the stock was $3, we'll give you $2.50 a share for 20 million shares. $50 million. COSM took it. Reichman said no. Stock gets down to $2.50. Phone call. We'll give you $40 million for 20 million shares. Reichman said no. It got down to $2. They call up, we'll give you $1.50 a share for 20 million shares. $30 million. Reichman said no. Do you think Reichman's going to say yes now that it's 90 cents? No. That 19 million shares has to be bought in. And the way it works with these criminals, Will, is that they drive the stock price down. They give the company no access to capital anywhere. They destroy deals by driving the stock price down. They destroy the value of the stock. They destroy your enthusiasm. But guess what? GTII is saying no. So, if it's true, and here's another assumption, if it's true that UBS is buying Credit Suisse and Credit Suisse is housing this really stupid position of 19 million shares short of a 90-cent stock that's underwater, as a favor to the criminals in Switzerland, helping criminals out in Arizona and in New Jersey, just two brothers trying to make a living. Well, that 19 million has to be bought in. It's not going to, they are not going to get shares. They are not. Can I repeat it? Reichman is not going to issue 19 or 20 million shares to the criminals in Switzerland. He's not going to do it. He's turned them down 3 times. And it's a lot of money. He's not going to do it. So that 19 million is going to be bought in. Those are my 4, 5, 6 reasons, Will, that I think, regardless of what effete, glad-handing, goober Gensler does, doesn't matter. The system is full of honest people. Gary Gensler's not one of them, in my judgment. And the system also, in its self-interest, will start buying in the naked shorts in GTII. Remember the movie with Jeremy Irons. You can be smarter, you can cheat, or you can be first. Somebody's going to be first. So, Will, I'm not telling you to stay in GTII. I'm not telling you to stay in it. In fact, I would suggest to you that you've given it a really good shot. We were in it for a squeeze. We were in it for enforcement. We were in it for the cops to walk the beat and catch the crime. None of it's happened. I think it was happening, Will, in November. But Lou, Frank Benedetto, and the Greek CEO came in. They popped the bubble, whether intentionally or not. They took the kettle off the stove. It was steaming, and it went. The pressure came off, and there couldn't have been a happier guy than Kurt Kramer, John Hurry, and a whole collection of other shorts. They were so happy that Lou Bravo, Frank Benedetto, and Greek Spore, whatever his name is, the CEO, came and took the pressure off the system. But, since then, over 100 million further shares have been sold, and that proved, at least to me, that the system was in the middle of squeezing. Fidelity was paying 1,000% for shares when Lou came over and said, hey, it's not working. Wells Fargo took away the buy button when Frank Benedetto came over and said reverse splits cause squeezes. Changing CUSIP numbers cause squeezes. There's a 2,000% short position here. All of those things were not true. But it showed that the system does get caught out. It does happen. So, Frank, I would agree with you. It hasn't happened. I would agree with you. I would also agree with you, whether intentionally or not, and it's hard to herd cats, so you can't necessarily blame those three men. But we collectively didn't wait to see if the squeeze was in progress in November. But to me, it showed that it was happening. That means to me it can happen again. And yes, it's annoying that everyone ran over to COSM and then the flood of hyena-like criminals came and drove it down, and they've been doing it in waves ever since. It's a shame. But it doesn't disprove the existence of hundreds of millions of shares that have to be bought in, and it doesn't disprove that some of these hooks and tricks can catch out the system, and it doesn't disprove that a short squeeze can happen. Remember, Will, you're not on margin. They are. They could lose infinity. They, if you want to define they as Kurt Kramer, John Hurry, brokers, DTCC, define it any way you want. But with 350 million shares having to be bought in, this could get expensive very quickly. Whoever moves first can lick their wounds and watch the others get slaughtered. So, I don't know even where it closed today. Let me look. Closed at 97 cents on 311 million shares. If you look at the chart, if you look at the chart of GTII recently, whether you start in April or March, you see it's been a downward massive attack on the stock. Just massive. Coordinated. It's illegal. Gary Gensler ignores it. And on a technicality, he's letting 48 people go. But look at that attack. All of April, all of May, except the very end. Well, look in the past, Will. Look at here. They drive it down, and then it rallies back up to the 200-day moving average. Then they drive it back down, and it rallies up to the 200-day average and higher. Then they drive it back down, and it rallies above the 200-day average and bounces around. And we'll skip that. But then they've started this long onslaught. But look what happened at the end of the May, Will. 1, 2, 3 days up. And yes, today you could argue was a little disappointing. But I have a feeling that the stock is on its way up to 145 and then 180, getting to the 200-day moving average. But Will, I'm not telling you to diamond hand it. I think right now there's volume in the stock. If you're right, there's no enforcement. If you're right that there's going to be no events. If you're right that they're not going to buy in the shares at Alpine. If you're right that FINRA and the SEC are going to halt trading. If you're right that the criminals are always going to be able to drive it down. If you're right that this has gone on now for 6 months, therefore it's going to go on forever. If you're right on all that, now's the time to get out. And there's other stocks you can go into. I personally think you can triple your money in Logic in about 6 weeks. I think you can do the same in GoLogic. It might be soon. Oddly, it might be much sooner, or take longer, or both. I think you can make money in Finger if you bought Finger and at least sold calls against the position. I think you could make steady money in Finger. There's other companies out there that can be bought that don't make you feel like it's never going to work out. I'm not recommending that. I personally think that GTII is and remains, as Ham calls it, the best setup for a short squeeze. And by definition, Will, you're going to spend most of your time waiting in the case of a short squeeze. Because a short squeeze happens orgasmically. But most of it is prelude. Most of it is foreplay. Most of it is waiting for the phone call. Where are we going to meet? Is she going to ask me home? Is she going to let me stay? All of that. There's all of that lead up before the moment of bliss. It's a waiting game. And if you're tired of waiting, I don't blame you, Will. And I think your analysis is not wrong. I think that way often. Is it ever going to happen? How can they let this go? How can the Kramers be sitting in New York bragging, we made a killing, and now we're just waiting for the lawsuits? How is it allowed to go in on company after company after company? I don't know. Goober Gensler allows it. He has, down where he's supposed to have a pair, there aren't any. He's sucked up all of his life. He doesn't know what it's like to be a boss. He's always sucking up. But somebody, and I think it'll be that guy, Gubir Grewal, will eventually take over for this captured Gary Gensler. And I think Gubir Grewal isn't invited to the Hamptons with Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton and Epstein. I think Gubir Grewal is an honest man. I don't think Vanessa Countryman is honest. I don't think that other Rebecca whatever is honest. But I think this Gubir Grewal might be. And maybe then you get enforcement. But until then, Will, enforcement is the issue. I agree with you. But until then, GTII is using the system's own rules to catch out the system. GTII is not accepting the money from the shorts, which would help the company, but they're not accepting it. Because in the long run, it'll destroy the company in the 6-month, 1-year time frame. There is the possibility of acquisitions. The company isn't going to be seller boxed. They have cash. The company's going to continue doing the various things to catch out the shorts. If you can't stay in it any longer because it's just so annoying, and it is annoying. I mean, it's stressful. I'll tell you, Will, what I've decided to do with it. You know, I have my GTC orders in. I used to think this stock could move any day, and I thought Vocal was going to go until the bone. There's a case where the CEO made decisions that make no sense if you're in the stock for a short squeeze. No sense at all. Unpredictable. But we've seen over and over and over again in GTI that the management isn't making nonsensical decisions as it relates to short squeezes. But what I'm deciding with GTII is, all right, I just went through the list. All right, I think there's enough of a reason here that the setup's still there. I know now that management's on the side of all of us. I know also that there is a trap short who continues the only thing they know how to do. I know there's pressure on Alpine, the prime broker. I know there's a 19 million share buy order. How do I know that? Because they called into the company 3 times and made it clear they wanted to buy. Is that because they're nice guys? Is that because they want the investment banking fee? Maybe somebody gets that. No, it's because they're in trouble. I know that liquidity is tight in the system. I know that margin loans are going up in price. I know there's stress. There's eyeballs now on this fraud. I know there's stress in other companies. So prime brokers don't want to take the risk the way they used to. So I've decided for myself, Will, I've told you before, Will, there was a tall, elegant broker from North Carolina at Merrill Lynch who was old. He's maybe younger than I am now, but he's an old guy compared to us. But he was assigned to train us on how to advise clients. And one of the things I remember him saying is you have to ask your client if he is going to be more upset if he sells the stock and it goes up, or if he holds the stock and it goes down. Put the decision on the client. And that's what I have to ask you, Will. Are you going to be more upset if the stock goes from 90 cents to 50 cents? Or if you sell at 90 cents and next week, next month, or in September, the stock goes to $9 or $90? I don't know. It's only a question that you can answer, Will. But for me, what I'm doing, I wasn't smart. I kick myself every day. I wish I had sold the stock when it was up. I believed it was going to squeeze, as I've just expressed again. I should have recognized the threat that Frank Benedetto and Lou, as good salesmen, posed to GTII, and I could have even gotten out at $4 or $5, but I didn't. And then they drove it down remorselessly. And then in January it went to almost $2.97. I could have sold some then, or all of it then. And then they drove it down remorselessly, down. Then it was $2.50, $2. I could have sold it then, and I went down, dive, and now it's under $1 again. Had I sold, I could be buying back and have free money. I didn't. So what I'm deciding, Will, and I'm going to stop with this. I'm trying to give you full answer. What I'm decided to do, I have my GTC orders in. I don't even look at the price during the day anymore. I assume in my head it's going to go to 45 cents. I've decided that I didn't sell it at 8, 5, 3, 2, 150 to buy it back at 1. I never did that. So I've decided for myself I'm not going to sell it at 90 cents, hoping to buy it back at 40 cents or 50 cents. I'm not going to do it. I also assume, Will, that it's going to go to 45 cents. And I'm going to kick myself, and I'm going to be so angry at myself. I should have, would have, could have sold it at 90 or $1. I could be buying it all back. I could be doubling my position at 45 cents. But, Will, I've decided I'm not going to do that. Why? Because, as Jack McCarthy always told us, sentiment can change on a dime. Sentiment can change on a dime. And one day, while I'm not looking, I could receive a phone call and say, "Did you see GTII?" "No, I didn't. I wasn't looking." "It's at $12. "Oh, really? I didn't see it." And I open up my phone and it said $19. And I open up my phone, I start to open up my account and it's at $25. So, Will, I'm not going to sell here because I want to be in the position. The only reason I'd sell here is in hopes of buying it cheaper. I'm not, personally, I'm a pussycat. I don't want to take that risk. I don't want to be out of it in the hopes of adding to my position lower. That's my decision. It might not be your decision, Will. So just to repeat, I've decided to hold my stock. I am assuming it's going to go to 45 cents. And I'm assuming that the short squeeze isn't going to happen until September, October, November. It's going to be so far down the road. I'm just not going to look at it. That's for me. That's how why? That way I don't have to be anxious about it every single day. I don't have to say, "Oh, they're never going to enforce it. Oh, 1-800's not going to work. Oh, Trento's not going to work. Oh, restricted stock never works. Oh, the Kramers always win. Oh, Alpine is always getting extensions. Oh, they can just sell more. Oh, the FINRA's going to stop trading. Oh, somebody's going to guarantee Jamie Dimon if he takes over the position against loss. Oh, Goober Gensler is going to put his personal fortune up to protect Kurt Kramer." I don't know. I could go through all of that. I've decided that none of that's true. The fact that they've been winning so long is our power. They are full of hubris and they're full of cockiness because they've never been caught out at it before. But remember, neither was that Medellin cartel guy. Neither was John Gotti. Neither was the Laughing Don. Neither was Richard Nixon. And so far, neither is Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden. And for those of you who think he's corrupt, so far, neither is Donald Trump. But when the whip comes down, it finally comes down. It is clear that the SEC is running interference for Goldman Sachs and the rest of them. It is absolutely clear. And to let all these people off is disappointing. But there are traps there that are going to trigger a buy-in, in my opinion, and the biggest one could be Alpine going down. So, Will, I don't think I'm diamond handing my position, and I'm probably as stupid as they come because I should have sold it, 4, 5, bought it back. I should have traded it. But I didn't. So maybe I'm just as stupid now that I think that I'm not selling to buy it back. I don't know. When we finish with all this, they'll put up a billboard and call me stupid. But my bottom line decision, Will, is I'm not willing to risk being out of the trade whilst I'm trying to get 45 cents because all these triggers are in place. And at any time, all of this negativity can turn into greed. And you've never seen anything like it. It'll be like Elon Musk's spaceship. Does it have to happen? No, it may not happen. It may not happen at all. May not happen at all. But I've decided to ride it down easy. Ride me on down. Put word in the dust where I lay. Say I was easy to come and easy to go and easy to love when I stayed. All right, I'm going to stop talking. I'm sorry about the camera. I didn't know I was jiggling it. I'm going to stop talking about GTII. Wow, you already did that? You bought shares at 59, sold at 82. All right, you are. All right, Will. So you already know your answer. You already know your answer. You already know your answer. I'm trying to think. I know that happened to me in CRTD. I didn't buy as much as I wanted, and it ran, and so I bought more, a lot more high. That's why I ended up losing money. But I know the feeling. Let me see what else. Craig Donner could start a credibility death spiral. That crap has stopped. Craig Donner, I believe it could have an influence on not so strong shareholders. Been in too long to be out now. I agree, Will. I'm reading it, Will. Sorry. We can do a space call. Well, Scott says people who have bailed didn't believe in the play, and if they didn't believe, they should never have gotten in. I agree. But Scott, I also agree, even though I've gone on and on here, it's important to constantly look at the decision that you're making, the reason why you're in a stock, because if things change or evidence changes, and that's all anyone's asking me. Basically, Will was asking me if they're not going to enforce it. You can adjust your projections. I was also trained that when you're kind of indecisive about a stock, don't I agree with that, Will. I agree with that. Don't necessarily sell to go to cash. Wait till there's a better idea. Hi, how are you? Wait till there's a better idea before you, and then you can go to the better idea. But at $1, I don't think there's a better idea out there than GTII. Well, Crazy World, I think that's right. Spiny Cosmo abused me like I was a 1970 altar boy. All right, let's go to the space call, see what's happening. Let's see what's happening. Certainly better than listening to me pontificate. Will from Saratoga, I think, asked good questions. And I know I get going, but I wasn't upset at all with Will from Saratoga. Let's see what they're saying.
Is fishing for information in the hope of uncovering facts to support potential claims. Second, petitioner admits that he is seeking blue sheet data to identify a basis of liability, which is contrary to the intended purpose of permitting certain petitioner's purported claims. Finally, the blue sheet data Finner has collected is protected from disclosure by the investigative file privilege. For these reasons, the petition should be denied.
It shows I have a
So
pond.
that's it, folks. That's their 4 arguments.
Go ahead, John.
I am looking forward to
This is John Berta.
seeing the
Good luck.
by Mr. Basile, and
This is John
we'll see where
Berta.
it goes, right?
That's the whole purpose of the law that he's using, that he filed the motion under, is to
Please
find out.
forget the information. Yeah.
That's right. That's the whole purpose of that pre-discovery law.
Right.
Yep.
Well, I will tell you this: don't look for Mark to be on Twitter for the next week.
No, he's already told us he's going to go dork. So I did tweet. I was actually on the phone with him about 10 minutes before it dropped.
Right.
And so I did text him and let him know that it dropped and he had seen it already. So
Yeah, and I won't be commenting on it either because they're monitoring everything I do. So
yeah, they are.
anyway, okay. Well, now the chess game is on, right? So we'll
Right?
see. We'll see.
Yeah, I found it interesting,
guess we came in
John.
late.
There are 18 pages, 18 different, not pages, 18 different documents filed. So they really did throw the kitchen sink at this one.
That's all right. Well, I'm sure that Mark and his team and others will be able to decipher every last bit of it and come up with a game plan and respond accordingly, and we'll see where the chips fall.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, John, this is Alan. How are you doing this evening?
Hey, Alan, how you doing?
Did you see the response that I got in the courts that they published today?
I did not know.
I don't know
Okay,
who
so-
Alan is.
I have a very similar law in Washington. Mark's been helping me with it. Now that I have their responses, I'm going to tailor the way it's written, and I'm going to have it double checked by a few folks so that I can shut down these arguments when I file the Washington version of what
Yeah.
he did in New York, because we have a very, very similar law. And in my case, even though they've been dragging their feet, waiting till the last day to do their filings and what they requested from the judge came out today and listed dates all the way across the board for us to move forward. So that typically, they file an answer and they file their petitions to, whether they want to push me to arbitration or whether they want to dismiss for, all of those arguments. Well, if you get past that, then the judge goes to the next thing, and then they have to schedule out, and it takes anywhere from 30 to 90 days to get to the next spot. Well, he issued all of the stuff that had to be done by specific dates all the way through our discovery, and gave us a date in September where we have to basically start the trial.
Oh, that's great. That's great news.
So he's not letting them basically drag their feet and waste as much time as possible, because he's already set the dates for discovery and for the different motions that have to be filed, and for us to have a conference to see if we can, make this happen outside of court. Like, all of those
I
things
used
have
to
very
live my
specific
life in
dates.
obscurity
It's on Facebook. We
until I
have
bought
it's been posted today, basically the email
MMTLP.
that I got and what the judge had said. So that's very interesting, and I just wanted you to get a chance to read that because I think it affects everybody. And just so you know, Mark did decide to work with me when it comes down to discovery. They have the tools for collecting the data and sorting through it, because I couldn't do it on my own. And so he has agreed to work with me, and they're going to collect that data, that the judge does agree to order on my behalf as my agent and help me get that stuff done.
Excellent.
So
There it is.
I'll put it up in the nest so you can see what he said. I just didn't know if you had a chance to see that or not yet.
No, but if you have my DM, if you can DM it to me, that'd be great. That way I'll make sure I get it and see it.
Yeah, no, I can do that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alan. Go ahead, JR.
Yeah, so exciting Friday evening, right?
That guy was John Berta. Not that guy, the first guy.
Right. I looked over the table of contents. I freely admit I did not read this thing.
This is
I
Big
probably
JR.
won't. Well, actually, funny story. I needed to get a printer, and now I've got a reason to. So I looked over
That
the
was
table
funny.
of contents. They made 2 out of the 4 arguments we talked about this morning. They're basically making a generic blanket statement that Mark is on nothing but a fishing expedition, which we talked about this morning, so no one should be surprised about that. And then we talked also about them making a claim that, well, look, it's privileged because it's under investigation. So that one was in their diction. So they probably didn't want to waste the judge's time with a nonsensical argument. So my plan is, and I just said this on the other space call, I spoke with Mark. Mark has given me kind of tacit approval to pick this thing apart on space calls. So that's my plan. I'm going to probably read this thing about 2 or 3 times before I try to talk intelligently about it. But that's where I'm at with it. Questions, comments, concerns, current events?
Just really quick, Alan, just to let you guys know, the tweet is up in the nest. I did pull out the 4 arguments that they're making and put it as a comment below. So if you guys want to look at that, and when Alan and JR are finished, let's go through the exhibits. They're kind of interesting. Go ahead.
What are the 4 arguments?
Oh, no worries. So, JR, on the aspect of them saying, hey, there's, people's social security numbers and, the private information, couldn't they just ask for that information to be redacted, like personal information, and to give us the rest of the data?
Yeah, that's a nonsense argument, honestly. I mean, the judge could easily say, okay, look, we're turning these things
You're
over.
really saying
You're not
thank you
allowed
for
to
being
provide
setting
them.
up.
You have to keep all that stuff confidential. The other thing is all this stuff is electronic, and we all work with data spreadsheets. We all know that we can eliminate information that's not useful to us when we're moving data spreadsheets around. So that's just a nonsense argument. I'm more curious. The fishing expedition is a nonsense argument too. They can make all that they want, but
Yes.
there's claims here. So I think that one is garbage too. As far as the investigative, I think whatever the legal term was they used, I don't remember off the top of my head. That one I'm going to dive into, because that one there might be very well developed law. There might be prongs that Mark has to meet. I don't know, so I can't really speak intelligently about that part of their argument.
Go ahead, Q. Hey, Busy. Thank you for the co-host invite. There's something I have to do very briefly, but I did want to ask JR a brief question before I go and handle this issue. So, JR, you being experienced with law yourself, I just want to get your opinion on this. Do you think that Mark's response could stand up to what FINRA has stated so far today regarding, the fishing expedition and, saying that a claim hasn't been stated and all that jargon? Do you think Mark has the arsenal to stand up to this response?
So that's Monday morning quarterbacking, friend. I'm not going to comment on what Mark can and can't do, just like I don't comment on what Alan can and can't do, or Richard, or Rosa, or Hands of Steel. When I talked to Mark, I merely asked him if it was okay if I read this thing and dissected it and digested it on space calls, and that's what I'm going to stick to. I'm not going to try and predict what Mark is going to do. I'm just not going to do it out of a professional courtesy and out of respect for him. So, and that, I'll be honest with you, that's been my standard answer across the board with all of these lawsuits, which is why I asked for his permission to talk freely about this one.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, JR. I appreciate you answering my question.
Absolutely. Guys, though, I am going to drop down. I just wanted to let you know that that was my plan. I've been waiting for this thing to drop before I did that. I do want to talk to just a quick shot at John Berta. You said something on oh gosh, what was the round table? That's it. So Richard and I have been talking about getting together and kind of doing a space, and we were trying to figure out what to title it. And I just keep coming back to that quote you had where you said lawyers ruin the conversation. So we might have a space entitled that as a play on words and how lawyers can ruin the conversation, because you're 110% correct. They do ruin the conversation.
Well, glad to be of service.
So, hey, everybody have a good night, though. I need to take some time off because I need to digest this. I will probably be back sometime tomorrow at some point with a lot more info. So, everybody have a good night.
If you open that space, make sure that you get it out to the state point of contacts, or get it out to me so I can get it to them.
Yeah, Richard and I have been talking a lot kind of about Mark's petition and what we thought their response would be, and it just kind of borne out. And I was like, dude, we need to title this thing Lawyers Will Ruin the Conversation, and we got a good chuckle out of it. So all right, everybody, have a good night.
Okay, make sure you have a Snicker bar first.
Hey, have a great night, JR. When you open your space, please send me a DM so I can be there, because I'm not always available, but I will make myself. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it's all going to go down this weekend. Seriously, I mean, Drew busy. I mean, somebody's going to have a space open, and when we come in, we can move the conversation to that or something like that. I don't foresee opening a space on my own, because I know you guys are going to have spaces going basically all weekend. So as soon as I get a better handle on it and can talk more intelligently about it, I'll be on.
Thank you, JR. Appreciate you, brother. Hey, Busy, I'm going to step away from the mic for a brief moment. Bring me back.
No problem. John, did you want to take some questions? Your reaction to it, I don't know if you can speak on it, but I have a question. Are you surprised that they're monitoring social media? I know there was some kind of art by Eclipse that they attached to that filing. Your thoughts?
No, I'm not surprised at all. I think they've been monitoring social media since probably December 9th, or maybe even before then, right? So I'm not surprised. I'm sure they're listening to this space call. I'm sure they've got somebody in here. I don't know how many people are in here right now, but it's probably listening to how we're reacting to it. So none of that surprises me. This is, like I said, this is a game of chess, and we'll see what the next steps are. I'm firmly behind Mark and his team and coming up with a response that makes sense, and we're firmly behind getting the data. There's just no. One of the cool things that I'm very happy about is that FINRA is putting up a fight. Quite frankly, if there was nothing to fight about, they would have just said, here, screw it, have at it. Doesn't tell you anything, right? So, but evidently they're putting up a fight for a reason, and it has nothing to do with confidentiality. My personal opinion, has a lot to do with what they know and they don't want us to know.
Did you want to touch on your meeting? I know there was several tweets out there yesterday with man. Did you want to touch on that for now that the listeners that are in here, John?
Meeting with who? I'm sorry?
Mike Johnson.
I'm sorry, two people were talking.
Quite savvy.
Mike Johnson.
Oh, actually, it wasn't Mike Johnson. It was one of his staffers. And,
was it a senior staffer?
Yes, and he was very, very knowledgeable. Extremely knowledgeable.
Brad? Was
Yes,
that his name?
It was
okay,
Brad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
He was really good, very knowledgeable, and it was Huck and myself and Curtis and Joe was on there as well, and Brad, and we had a great conversation, and I think he gets it, and he's got all the information, and hopefully he'll be able to work his magic and get to the right people and work it up the flagpole, so to speak.
All right, thank you. So did you want to take some questions? I don't know how much time you have, John. It's up to you.
I would love to take questions, but I'm not going to respond to them,
Okay.
particularly as it relates to this, because I just don't want to give anybody any talking points.
Sure.
So, I'm going to stay quiet on it, and you guys can all
Have at it.
Have at it and have a great night, and enjoy a nice sip of wine or a beer while you're while you're having fun and spend some time with your family.
John, can you clear one thing up quick that I think you will answer?
Sure.
How excited are you about this response?
I'm very excited about it. Quite frankly, when we learned that they weren't going to give us information and were going to respond, it tells you that, there's information that they have that we need to find out what it is.
Can you clarify one thing for us, John?
Sure.
Because we're getting kind of conflicting reports. Oh, by the way, hi. We're getting kind of conflicting reports on whether or not the Congress briefing by FINRA has taken place. To your knowledge,
I have not heard that it has at all. I heard that it was canceled on Friday, and I do not know, last Friday I should say, but I don't know if it has been redone because of the debt ceiling issue and, and the holiday on Monday. So,
have you had the opportunity to discuss with your contacts in the office of the congressional representative that you have had contact with? Have you asked if that briefing took place yet?
As of Wednesday night, my contacts said they were not aware of it.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't happen this week.
So you wouldn't be surprised if it didn't. So that gives us more time to keep on pushing. That's all that means.
Yeah.
That's all that means. Okay. Thank you very much.
Frankly, by now, if it did happen,
Well, little birdie told me it did happen, John.
Really? Well, then see.
But that little birdie is in your contact's office, so maybe you should call them.
Okay.
He isn't. So, John, yeah, we've got multiple conflicting reports. Basically, what I've kind of surmised is that the larger meeting that was the 17 senior staffers and potentially congressmen has been put off, but there have been smaller meetings that have happened. I spoke to Senator Wyden's office, indicated that there was a meeting going on, a couple other people as well. So,
were they with? Were they staffer to staffer, or was FINRA in the meetings?
It sounded like FINRA was in the meetings. But again, it's conflicting information, so we've kind of hesitated to say definitively. So we're just kind of waiting to hear as information trickles out.
Yeah. Well, one thing I know for sure is they're not going to answer the questions that were presented to them, because then they'd be giving away their entire playbook. So
we don't want to be labeled, trust me, bro.
Well, and this filing, I'm sure they're going to be aware of this, but folks, if you're looking for something to contact your congressional reps or senators with, this would be a good piece to contact them with, so that if they do go into that meeting, they can reference these documents. Make sure that when we are contacting them that we're keeping those calls professional and informative, and so this would be something good for them to have.
All right, let's go to Eric. You have the mic.
Yeah, thanks. So I was reading FINRA's response, and number 14, I posted it in the comments here in the chat, basically says FINRA did pull the blue sheets, but they're in an ongoing investigation. Is that referring to the ongoing investigations due to all the different lawsuits that MMTLP shareholders have filed? Or is that possibly saying, hey, this is an ongoing investigation, kind of like what was in the FOIA request where, hey, they saw something that was wrong, and they're maybe checking out stuff in the background themselves.
Right. That, obviously that's a great question that we really don't have the answers to. But one of the things that everyone has to be aware of is that Metamaterials and the merger that we did with Metamaterials as Torchlight has been under investigation since October of 21.
This is John.
When we did our merger, both sets of attorneys told us, do expect an investigation into this merger because of all the craziness that went on around it. And then we got that letter just about the time that MMTLP started trading. So whether or not they were referring to that in the FOIA as the issuers, which is kind of interesting because there's only one issuer, and that would be Metamaterials. Even though they didn't file to trade MMTLP, Series A preferred was an issuance of Metamaterials. So that's kind of some loose language, I believe, but I don't know if FINRA's purview is to really investigate its members. And so if they are doing that, and if they're investigating the trading activity, if they're investigating who was short, who was long, who had failures to deliver, who had failures to receive, what was trading overseas, were those overseas shares settled, or was it naked? All of these things need to be investigated by them. And quite frankly, they've had 6 months to do it, and I'd be shocked if they weren't doing it. So, I don't know. Those are all great questions.
I mean, it seems like if they've acknowledged in the FAQ that there are short shares that exist, that they ought to be able to acknowledge that these short shares need to get closed out in some way, shape, or form, and they ought to just share their opinion on what that is. Is that when the sale of the asset happens, or is that with continued trading, or with a settlement? I mean, it's kind of the options on the table as everybody's looked at them. But
it's interesting is that if as everybody knows, if you had a margin account and you lent out your shares, they only have to pay you what the last trade was by law, right? That's what you've agreed to in your margin account. However, by now, that those people that had truly lent out their shares should have gotten their 290, and probably don't have a bitch. They don't have anything to say about it, right? The only thing they could say about it is that the market was manipulated on those last 2 days. Therefore, that 290 price isn't legit, isn't real. They probably would have a case in that. However, if you truly lent out your shares, then your situation is completely different than someone who has bought a naked share and potentially has a counterfeit share.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Eric, did that answer your question?
no, it did for sure. I mean, and I've had one other thought in my head, and the SEC took all the time to do their approval of the S1, and then FINRA took all the time they needed to come out and say, hey, we would all have the 2 days of trading. But it almost feels like they're blaming it on, us, in a sense, for not having enough time when they're the ones that structured it, right? It's like if they screwed up the way it was structured, it seems like they ought to just fess up and be like, okay, well, let's make this right one way or the other. But they're just, they're totally, just in the dark, and like not saying anything about it. They're not even acknowledging it. It's just,
well, keep in mind that, this is something everybody needs to be aware of, is that when Meta filed the S1 the first time in July, right at that time, the attorneys also notified FINRA of what the actions were going to be. And so it was no surprise to FINRA. It wasn't just after the S1 got approved. They've known about everything and asked a lot of questions. In fact, they asked more questions of why the stock was being delisted and going private than they likely asked for the people that got it to trade to begin with. In fact, I would bet a heck of a lot of money that was the case. But they sat on it for 4 months. Our attorneys were ghosted quite a bit. Didn't get return calls, didn't get return emails. And basically every time we got a revised S1 that had to go in, notified FINRA again, okay, we've revised it, it's in. When this gets approved, we're coming, be ready. And, so everybody knew for 4 months this was going to happen. So there's no reason whatsoever that FINRA could give anybody that they were surprised by this.
Thank you. And then we'll go to Barry, and then we'll go to Costas, and then back to me.
Quick, Costas, check your DMs before you come to the mic. Thanks.
I think Alan was first, and then Costas.
You're the co-host. You have point of privilege, but go ahead, whoever's next.
Q was right. Well, I just wanted to really quickly say, John, I appreciate all of your efforts helping this community. I know it helps you too, but you could be on the sidelines being quiet, just working with the attorneys, and you're not. I want to just thank you for coming out here and giving your time to us. I know how valuable it is, and I know how busy you are. And the fact that there's, places doing hit pieces and saying all kind of nonsense, just know that this community knows exactly who you are and who you're fighting for, and that we are very grateful that you have taken time out of your day to come and talk with us and answer the questions you can answer. So I just want to let you know that we're really thankful that you're doing that. And so thank you. And I hope you have a wonderful weekend, sir.
I appreciate that, Alan. That's very kind words. And I know you guys have been supportive of me, and I've been supportive of you, and it's the right thing to do. So I'm very happy to do it.
Costa, go ahead.
Yeah, just one quick thing. We may want to follow John's lead with not sharing so much detail, specifics who we're talking to, when we're talking to people. We know they're listening. The FINRA response proves they're using our social media communications against us. It's sort of countermeasures. So it may be best going forward to be quiet. I know the community wants all the details, but we know they are going against us. So we just maybe be quiet and just keep working behind the scenes and just know things are getting worked on. Just throwing that out there.
Did you want to respond, John?
No, I think it's a good point. I think this might be a good week for us to, focus on other things, knowing that there's a tremendous amount of work being done behind the scenes, and the best efforts will be put forth on this response, and I think that's really what we need to do.
Real quick, John, before you go, I had one question for you. So back when, I think it was October of 2021, when you had went to FINRA and said, hey, this should not be trading. This is my information from, 10, 15 years ago. Did you suspect that it could ever lead to a fierce legal battle like this one?
No, and quite frankly, I didn't have any standing to go to FINRA. I went to OTC Markets, is who I went to. But I do know that the company went to FINRA.
Oh, I'm sorry, John. I muted everyone by mistake. Can you finish your statement? That was my bad.
You have to unmute yourself again, John.
Sure. Sorry. Okay, I'm back. So I think the first call I made and emails I sent were to OTC Markets, and basically asked them to take it down, and because it was all fraudulent information, and they're the ones that told me that FINRA had approved it, and so I called the company, Meta Materials, and they didn't know about it, and they called FINRA and asked them, and FINRA basically said, we're not taking it down. 2 market makers made a trade. We gave them a ticker, and we're not taking it down. And I think that's when Ken and George kind of basically washed their hands of it and said, this is not us. We didn't do it. We're not going to support it in any way, shape, or form. We're not going to talk about it. You guys remember what was said. So, but my dealings on that side of it were with OTC Markets, not with FINRA, because I didn't have any standing with FINRA. I was no longer the CEO.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yeah.
Next is Scotty, and then Leanne, I believe.
Hi, thanks for the mic. John, honestly, thank you for your integrity and just you being you and having actually real humanity. It's nice to know that there's people like you out there. When talking about like the S1 and the warnings that was in there and all the different revisions and all of that, doesn't that, the fact that was gone through so much, basically contradict the fact that they could even put a U3 halt?
The U3 halt could be for reasons that we don't know. I mean, it could, in my mind, it's not for reasons that were in the S1, but there could be reasons that they're not telling us why they halted the S1, and we all have our opinions on that. I know what my opinions are on it, and I think the community has done a tremendous amount of research on why that U3 halt was done, but we won't know that until it's open to us as to why it was done. So,
okay, thank you. Yep. Have a great weekend.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead, Leon. And also, I Perry and also Catfish. You guys probably have Andrews and can raise your hands, but I'll go to you guys next. Go ahead, Leanne.
Hi, John. My question is, when they refer to it being a fishing expedition, did Mark not claim or allude to fraud in his petition, and that's why they're claiming that? And if so, is it not too late to claim that there is fraud?
That I don't know. I'd have to review it. I don't have it in front of me, and I'd have to review it. I don't want to say something out of school.
Okay, thank you.
Crucial. I know that you've been here up for a while. Did you have something to ask John or just communicate with the listeners on the space call?
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of taking everything in. John, thanks for all of what you're doing. I'm just gathering up stuff to get it on MMTLP resources, and I totally agree with John. It's like the fact that they didn't give that up, it just totally tells us that there's a reason that they didn't give that up, and we just got to peel away at that onion and figure out what. And I think we'll all be happy with that answer once we get it.
Thank you, Crucial. Perry, you there? Perry. Lightning Hawk, go ahead.
Barry Dice.
Go ahead, Lightning. Okay, then we got Perry. Go ahead, Perry.
No, I'm good, man. I didn't even ask for a mic, so carry on.
I'll drop you down. Thank you. And if I drop you down, don't take it, personal. I just need to add a request. So let's go to Catfish drop down. Okay. All right.
Lightning, right?
Lightning. Can you hear me? You have to unmute yourself, Lightning. Go ahead, Alan, if you got something else. And then after Alan, if there's no other questions for John, we're going to let him be and enjoy his rest of his night. Go ahead, Alan.
Oh, I was just going to say I put the original tweet from this morning up in the nest for anybody that wanted to see the email. I took a screenshot in a way that protected the emails that were in it, but it is up there for anybody that hasn't seen it or wanted to read it. So just giving a heads up.
I don't know how you read it.
Thank you, Alan. Hey, John, thank you so much. Anybody else have a question before he leaves?
Hey, John, have you seen the latest, it's terrible, the latest Forbes article today?
Oh yeah, it was already talked about earlier today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
Look, man, we're all behind you, dude, and we know it's bullshit.
Yeah, I know, and trust me, I've there's no point in talking about it and giving him any oxygen. So I appreciate you having my back, and you know where I'm at and what kind of guy I am, and so that's all I have to say about it.
Hey, Don. I know that we've been requesting of our representatives, especially on the House Financial Services and Oversight Committees, for them to take a briefing with you and Curtis and Huckleberry West. Has there been any contact there? Have you scheduled anything? Don't need an exact date. Just wanted to know if your efforts, our efforts, have made any headway in getting you to DC.
The answer to that is I have not heard back yet. I was told that this week was going to be a terrible week for communication because of everything that's going on with the debt ceiling. So hopefully we can make some progress on that next week.
Okay. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Also, one last thing for you, John. I wanted to bring this to your attention before you go. So about 2 weeks ago, I went down to DC and I hand submitted several requests for you and Mr. West Christian to appear at that meeting when Congress meets with FINRA. If you do get invited to that meeting, is that something that you would let us know? Would you let us know ahead of time, or was that something you would probably keep confidential until the time comes?
You know what? I would ask them that. I would, if it's, I would first ask them if they wanted me to keep it confidential until we had the meeting or what have you. So I would probably put that in their court, and if they had no issues, and then let everybody know that I'm going to be there. So.
Awesome. Thank you, John.
Yep.
Hey, William, I see that you're there. You have something for John? William?
Sure. Hey, Busy. Hi, John. It's fascinating listening. So I don't really have a question, particularly since you can't answer the detailed ones. But I do want to make one small observation about this idea that we're on social media.
William, you're roboting.
That's because somebody just called me. Am I still roboting?
You're good.
Yeah, somebody just dialed him.
No, you're good. Go ahead, Bill.
Anyway, this whole thing about social media and they're monitoring us and all that, just think back, I don't know, just even a year or two ago, these criminals counted on us, we being divided, sitting alone, not knowing what to do. By coming together, it's immensely powerful and impressive, just listening to everybody. But I don't think they counted on it. And to the extent that their cautions that they're listening to us, my response is, who cares? We're being honest. We're not the fraudsters. They are, not necessarily FINRA, but they are. And I just say, keep doing it. Keep being strong. Keep being a community that stands up against this criminality on Wall Street. What they did to Torchlight was inexcusable. That they pressed their bets with MMTLP is beyond the pale. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. I wouldn't be afraid of talking on here. Obviously, you can't talk about specifics, but all power to you. Anyway, John, thank you very much. It's good to hear your voice.
You too, Bill. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for attending. We greatly appreciate your time.
All right, everyone, have a great weekend, and I'm sure we'll be checking in over the weekend and, look for some interesting things by next Friday.
Thank you, John.
All right, take care, everyone.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
All right, Sab, did you want to just recap on everything
All right, let's hear the
just
recap.
happened in regards to, did you want to recap any of those filings?
Let's recap.
If so, I know that, when you were recapping it earlier, there wasn't that many people on the space call, but you, by all means, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just pull up my tweet really quick. So, guys, Up in the Nest is the tweet that includes a link with the breaking news. FINRA did file their response. That is, the link is in the nest in that tweet. And also the first comment of that tweet is the 4 points of opposition. So let me go ahead and go through those right now. The 4 points that they objected to was, first, the petition is woefully inadequate and fails on its face to state any meritorious cause of action. Instead, petitioner is fishing for information in the hope of uncovering facts to support potential claims. That's the first one. Second one, petitioner admits that he is seeking blue sheet data to identify a basis of liability, which is contrary to the intended purpose of permitting certain limited discovery under statute CPLR 3102C. Third, the burden imposes upon FINRA to respond to the pre-disputed disclosure request outweigh the merits of petitioner's purported claims. The fourth and final, the blue sheet data FINRA has collected is protected from disclosures by the investigative file privilege. For these reasons, the petition should be denied. So, I don't know, Busy, how long you want to run this call, but I was thinking we could just go through some of the exhibits quickly, since some of them are about us.
Yeah, please do.
Let's go to Exhibit A. That is actually Eclipse. That's actually Eclipse's tweet. The image of the medieval warriors coming forward, and it says, we come in, release the blue sheets. So I found it interesting that Eclipse's artwork made it into these filings. So that was the first exhibit. Looks like the second exhibit is the FINRA motion to dismiss in Richard's litigation. So they are citing that. They are also, Exhibit C is citing the motion to dismiss in the Florida litigation with Rosa. Also, they're in motion to the exhibit number D is motion to amend proposed amended complaint in California litigation. Let me double check really quick and see if that is with Richard or if there was a second case in California. I remember a while ago, a couple months ago, we did have, we did have someone come in and say that they were, that's also Richard's case. So they're citing the decisions in Richard's case. I do remember that there were a couple of attorneys that came forward that said they were shareholders and that they were also putting a case together in California, but never heard from them again. So Exhibit E is a motion to amend a proposed amended complaint in Florida. That is, of course, Rosa's. Then motion for expelled. It looks like they are just citing Richard and Rosa's cases. Then Exhibit G is actually and I believe that this was put out on the internet. Yeah, it was. So guys, if you don't think they're watching us, we're ending up in their filings. So this was a tweet by Christopher Gates at Patriot Gates. And it says, so the SEC denied my FOIA request for the blue sheets, not surprising. And he put the letters. So they are citing that. Exhibit H is a second tweet. Let's see who this one is. Oh, this is Mark Bazill's tweet. Okay, guys, they did it really, really small. Looks like it's Mark's tweet in response, to Drew's tweet. So Drew's tweet said, the judge denied Rosa. Okay, so this was Drew's summary of what happened with Rosa's denial in that case. And then they say they do Mark's response to that says this is exactly why the data our client has requested in its New York action is mandatory, because without it, a civil litigant cannot plead the specificity required for the claims. I expect that Rosa's and Hoffman suits would be dismissed because of this. So, again, watching our social media. Tweet number 3. Let's see who that is. Let's see who's going to end up in this filing. Oh, my. Again, that's the same one. Sorry, guys. It looks like they filed it twice. Complaint of Global Tech Industries case. So that is going to be GTII. Not sure why they put that in there. And then tweet number 4. This is another tweet by Mark. It says MMTLP. AST is short for American Stock Transfer. They are an independent transfer agent. They are MMAT transfer agent. So there should be no issue at all with the company requesting a full shareholder accounting, whether holders or record or otherwise, for either MMAT as well as MMTLP plus the NOVO list. So this isn't an issue. The information is easily accessible by the company since AST works under contract as a service provider to MMAT. No need to be confused, and yes, we are working on Sunday. So again, they're just monitoring everything that Mark has to say. Okay, let's go back to the document list. Okay, this is where, go ahead.
I'm going to pause you there for a second because I got two. I'll let you continue. Go ahead, Costas.
I was going to say, just to recap, this is only their response. We still have the judge still has the rule on this, right? And that's expected to happen next week, right?
So, yeah, where we go from here, Costas, again, don't forget, guys, the judge did order the release of the blue sheets, but she allowed FINRA to respond. And this is their response with a motion to dismiss or deny. Actually, it's a motion to deny. Mark has 1 week until the 9th, which is next Friday, to file his response or his rebuttal to their motion to deny. Then on the 13th at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, the judge, Judge Krause, has scheduled a Zoom meeting where they will give their oral arguments, and then she will hopefully rule at that time. So we still have Mark's response to this company.
Alan Hensley.
Yeah, and just add one other thing. So there has been precedent of blue sheet data being exposed for litigation. So their response is saying it can't be shared for litigation is untrue because it has been shared before. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the judge says.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Costas. Now, exhibit number S.
I gotta look that up.
That is the complaint from North Dakota. That's Hansa Steel's complaint. And then complaint in Washington, D.C. is number M. And that is, the previous one was L, M. And the Washington would be Allen's. So there's an affidavit or affirmation in opposition to the motion. Let's see who this affidavit comes. This is Sam Drady. So this is Sam Drady's affidavit. Then exhibit A is the FINRA's release statement about why they halted the preferred share dividend. And the final exhibit, Exhibit B, is our insights into the MMT. Oh, wait, it says Investor Insights MMTLP FAQ. I believe this is Curtis's response and the DD team's response. Yeah, that's it. So that is our response to the FINRA facts. So, okay, guys, that is their argument. Again, there are 4 reasons for them to request a denial of the order to release the blue sheets. If you guys want to go up to the nest, there is a link to these documents. You can look at Mark's petition, all of the exhibits that he provides, and their response, including the judge's order. You can look at all those things. The link is in the nest. And then the 4 reasons, if you just want to cut through all of it, the 4 reasons for their request for denial are in the comment section of that tweet.
All right, let's go to some hands.
Sure.
Let's continue on. Visual Beats, go ahead. You have the mic.
Hey, just real quick. I thought it was funny that that FINRA took issue with the meme that was like, we come in with like the Warriors. I saw that post like last night or the night before, and I liked it and retweeted it. And it's funny because when I saw it, I had a feeling that people that are scouring our posts for things were going to see that and have a problem with it. I thought that was really interesting, just that I felt that way about it and actually used it, like, to try to use it against us. I also think it's pathetic that they would try to do that, and it's probably, I imagine it's not going to hold much weight in court, but I'm not a lawyer or anything, just seems that way to me, that's all.
For about over a month. So we use that consistently, and we've been using the hashtag WeComing. So just so you guys know, historically where WeComing comes from, GW produced a video, a short, very early on,
weekly.
Within like the first couple weeks of this whole situation, and he titled it WeComing, and it was the whole David and Goliath situation. This was before MMTLP Studios. You guys can go to his Twitter feed and find that. But that is the origin of WeComing. And I know I've done lots of graphics with it. Glass Guy has, Crucial, everybody has used that. So it's definitely something that we've been using for quite a while.
The plot thickens.
All right, so let's go to Drew and then Rob.
Rob was first.
Okay. So,
Drew, you were first.
Okay, let's go, Drew.
Okay, all right. So I just kind of want to highlight what was just discussed. I think it's really interesting to note that they are watching this community on Twitter. And the reason why they are watching this community on Twitter is because
That's what I just heard.
So keep tweeting, keep letting them know that we are coming, keep letting them know that we will keep coming, and if they just keep letting them know that, Mark isn't the only guy who can file a lawsuit, or Alan is not the only guy, Rosa is not the only person, Richard is not the only person. Keep letting them know that we're here and we're not going anywhere because they are watching. And I just want to send a special hello to William. It's nice to see him here and nice to hear his voice.
Thank you. Thank you, Drew. Let's go to Rob. Rob, you have the mic.
Nice to hear yours.
Hey, Busy. And just to recollect what Bill said.
Give me a second, Rob. Q, can you mute your mic, please? Thanks.
How about that?
Go ahead, Rob.
And just something I remember Mark Bazil saying that he was 100% effective in maybe not the first battle, but when it comes around again sorry, I'm having a brain fart. But when it goes to a higher court, he gets this information. And so even if his initial motion is denied, that's not the end of it. That's just the beginning.
That's right.
Thank you, Rob. Let's go to OSU.
Hey, I wanted to ask about, I know I'm putting the cart ahead of the horse here, but with that Zoom court meeting, is that actually a publicly accessible Zoom meeting, or is that just for the attorneys?
It won't be publicly accessible. Yeah.
Gotcha. And the only thing
Because honestly, think of the logistics of that. It's a Zoom, so that means you have to have an invite, you have to get in, you have to do all these things. It honestly does not make sense that it would be public. I could be wrong, so we'll definitely keep an eye on it and check. But if you think of the logistics of Zoom, it doesn't make sense.
Can you FOIA request that though? Where are we
No, FINRA's not. No, you can't FOIA FINRA.
I was just cracking a joke because Howard was.
Sorry. Howard.
You know, I mentioned a fishing expedition. I don't know why anybody would have any concern about somebody fishing and there's no fish to be caught.
Thank you.
Well, that's why they've been backed in, and they're backed against the wall. Is no matter what they do, it's an implication that they're implicated. And so he definitely has them cornered. I have full confidence that Mark knows exactly what to do.
All right, so let's go to Pin and Stripes. Go ahead, you have the mic.
I didn't ask for it, but I'll take it. I want to echo 100% confidence that Mark is going to slay in the response. When I read what was posted, I was kind of like, I could destroy this in about 4 hours of typing, and
let me see who this is.
I'm no lawyer. It seems like bullshit, almost equal to, oh, by the way, we're immune.
This is Pinstripe.
So we'll see. But man, you guys kick ass. We should figure out some type of hashtag to put in every single tweet, since we know their lawyers are watching us. Like, hello FINRA.
Hashtag we don't care if you're watching.
Yeah, hashtag we know you're watching.
Oh man. All right.
Hashtag watch this.
Watch this.
Hashtag write that down.
All right, let's
keep watching.
Keep watching. Let's go to Mark Duke. Yeah, you have the mic.
I don't really have a lot to say. I did put a tweet in the nest. It's a quote tweeting. Susan McMadry has had to put her house up for sale, and hearing that response, it just makes me feel uneasy, like the fact that they used some wording in the opposition that it's too burdensome for FINRA. I don't really care, the context. The fact that they said that about this when it's clear as day. I mean, they opened the thing with saying that they protect investors, like always.
They don't protect investors.
It's laughable, and I'm excited to see what Mark's got to say about it. Other than that,
I had an apple.
My week was pretty good. Hope everybody else had a nice week. And just keep tweeting, keep retweeting, stay loud, stay proud. Screw these guys. Hashtag watch this. They think we're done. We just getting started.
Thank you, Mark Duke. And I'm going to go for another 15 minutes, get through hands, and then I want to preserve the space call. It's being recorded, so you guys can go back and listen to it. So let's go with Mike and then Jeff Irons. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, Busy.
It makes too much noise.
I want everybody in here to just let this settle in your mind. Let it infuriate you.
Don't worry.
Let the people who are supposed to be helping us are not because of criminal activity. Like John Berta said, oh yeah, they're going to fight because guess what?
That's right, Spine.
There's stuff that they don't want to be known. They're just, they know the nefarious actors. They know all the criminal activity. They know, and they don't want it out. That's the bottom line.
that's why they're going to fight tooth and nail. We've known they're going to fight tooth and nail, and it should piss everybody off. It should make you just be so freaking perturbed because I'm totally pissed. You know, it's going to burden them. Oh, we're going to have to. They're going to have to make some print some more paper out. Really? You know, I'm like Marta. There's people in this community that are hurting, and they couldn't give a rat's butt about any of us. They don't care. You know, if they've listened to the space, I hope you're listening right now. Listen to this. We ain't stopping. We're still coming. We're coming. Yes, did you hear that, FINRA? We're coming. We ain't stopping. And, you know, I'm sick. I'm sick and tired of being told, oh, we're supposed to be helping the investor community. Bull crap.
Good for him.
I'm just, the more I think about it, the madder I get. And you know
Good
what?
For you.
It's going to be more phone calls. It's going to be more letters. It's going to be more of everything. Because you know what? This community is going to rise up even more because we're going to get even more pissed off. And I hope everybody goes to sleep and wakes up tomorrow and we get to hear what JR disseminates from reading it. And we get to take all this in this weekend. And man, is it going to get, then it's going to create a tidal wave that they ain't, you thought what was before was a problem? You just made more of a problem. And that's, you know, I'm just.
Can everybody? Sorry, Mike. Can everybody just wave a waving emoji to all the FINRA people in here watching us? Just send them a wave. Hey guys. Hello.
Well,
He's watching.
this was expected. We knew that they would fight back. So honestly, I go. It does. There's nothing that surprises me on this. Not at all.
That's when they need to put in a middle finger emoji.
Exactly.
Add to your catalog of emojis down there, by the way. Hey, really quick, baby. While we're getting ready to close down the space after we get to the hands, you guys up in the nest, I have been working on this tweet for about 2 hours now. But I spoke to Mark Bizzell earlier today, and I said, maybe I want to file a complaint. So go ahead and look up in the nest. Furthest to the left is my tweet. And basically, one way that you can find out is to contact your legal aid. Find out if your state has these kind of laws that New York, I know New York, Pennsylvania, Washington, possibly Texas have similar laws. Oregon does not. Mark and I talked about that. I also did reach out to my legal aid, but I still have federal statutes that I can apply under. So I went ahead and gave you guys the link to Mark's to the exhibits where all of to Mark's filings and exhibits where all of this is, and then there's also a link to a legal aid, and you can click that, go into your state, and it'll tell you where your different legal aid offices are. Down in the chat, I am going to put. Did I already put? Not yet. I'm going to put just a sample of the email that I sent to my legal aid. But find out what kind of laws that your state has, and if they don't like one order to release the blue sheets, imagine how they're going to feel when there's thousands. So this is definitely something that we can use to hashtag turn up the heat. So that's up in the nest, guys.
And Busy, I just wanted to say real quick, there are some aspects of our information that needs to go into the silent mode till Mark does his rebuttal. We don't want them to know anything. We don't want to show our hand to anything, but all the other stuff is good. But that shows me what they've been doing is they've been trying to use stuff that they've been sneaking around our spaces. So we need to go into silent mode about some of the stuff. Anyway, that's all.
Thank you, Mike. Really appreciate everything that you're doing. Also, see my videos.
Junk has 15 retweets and there's over 600 people in here. Really, guys? Come on.
Yeah, let's all retweet that.
Apples
quote,
don't
tweet,
taste
like,
as good as
They haven't been exercising those thumbs they got. Gotta get thumb in that screen of yours.
Hey, I'm glad to follow Mike because he's in my Tennessee group.
And one thing I would share with all of you out there is, if you're not in your state's group, I would highly recommend it, because it's a much smaller group. We have a really active one. We have 19 people, and it helps you keep your sanity when you're losing your mind. You don't have to make posts out to the Twitter universe. You can just lose your mind with your state people. So if you're not in your state group, find out where they are, and I would highly recommend that you get involved in, I know Wisconsin has a strong one. I'm sure all the states do, but Tennessee, it's really important. I wanted to share what I think's really, really critical is, if you're going to contact one congressperson, the one to contact is the one that represents you. You are their constituent. It doesn't matter if they're not on that committee or this or that. They have the contacts. They can call up all those other people. So if there's one congressperson you're going to call, because we get all these lists of everyone, call your representative. You can try your senators. My senators don't fucking answer shit. Marsha Blackburn and fucking whatever his other name is. But my representative has been very, very receptive to me. So find out who your personal representative is and go there. And then the last thing I wanted to share is Pinstripes on here. And his video when this first started is one of the most classic ever. And that's the one where he's talking about, what? They didn't teach you that at Harvard? Infinite risk when you short. These guys, they're playing basketball. They're trying to fucking, they're trying to walk home. No. We got to call them back to the court to come back here. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Pinstripe, because, I've even talked about in our Tennessee group, in our chat, our thread, we're going to make a coffee table book that goes back of all of our, we make a lot of DMs in there, but there are some gold that people have produced here, and we are going to win. And when we win, we need some tokens and some mementos of our journey, because this has been 6 months, but we've made friendships, and we've got some fucking golden memes and some of these groups. But the two things I want to say is, number one, join your state DM group. I'm proud to have Mike in there. Costas is in there. Eric, who was asking questions. Alberta was in there.
This is almost
and
finished.
Contact your personal representative. And then one last thing, Rob R. was talking about how Brazil has 100% success rate. I think when he said that, he was referring specifically to requests from Twitter to get the identities of people. I don't know if he was referring to the other stuff. Anyway, that's all I got. Thanks, everybody. One love. Keep the faith.
Thank you, Jeff.
Hey, I appreciate the shout out there. That's pretty dope. I was pretty fired up that day.
Let's go to not bored enough. Mike, where the hell have you been?
Hey man, I'm good. Good to hear your voice, Busy. I just wanted to make one little observation. So the SEC definitely recently has been doing this social media campaign and trying to reach out and claiming to educate and communicate with retail investors using Twitter and Reddit AMAs and Twitter Spaces and viral videos. They've been harping on interacting and encouraging retail investors to reach out to their financial institutions to get better information, to get better education, and for a line of communication get going. And now all of a sudden we have FINRA actually using tweets in a court of law in a negative way against retail. I know SEC probably won't do pushbacks, but this runs completely counter to the campaign and the message they're trying to get across. So if the SEC had any balls, they would actually talk to FINRA and bring the hammer down and say, this is not the message we're trying to send. It reminds me of that meme where it's just hey guys, use social media to communicate with your financial institutions. And then when we do, they're no, not like that. It just seems hypocritical to me. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mike. So I see that we have a couple of community members here. Phineas, did you want to speak? I know sometimes we have Androids and you can't raise your hand. Just want to make sure I go in order.
No, I'm fine. But thanks, everybody, for your hard work.
Thank you, sir. All right, so Rich, you go ahead. Richard, you gotta unmute yourself. Richard Cranium?
Hey, Richard, can you hear Busy?
All right, and then we have Rob R. He dropped off. Get Pins and Stripes. I see that John is on here. Winston, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I had to fix my mic.
Go ahead. You have to unmute yourself. We can hear you.
I did. Sorry, I had a mic issue. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I didn't want to give you guys static in my ear, so I had to mute real quick. Sorry about that. No, I was just saying, 100% stay plugged in, get involved. If you aren't in your local state group, go to NNtrades.com to find out how to register. Just complete the survey. It literally takes like a matter of seconds. The average completion time is like 40-something seconds, I believe, last time I checked. So go ahead, do that, plug in your Twitter handle, and then we'll be able to get you plugged in to your state group so you can talk to other people who share local constituents and representation all the way up the chain. And there are actionable items that people are localizing by state groups to complete. So please, if you haven't, go ahead, plug in. Thank you, Mushroom, for taking over the completion of facilitating the form to actual communication. Have had a fantastic assist in doing so. So yeah, please get plugged in, stay plugged in, keep pounding on those drums. They're listening to us because they're afraid of us. Thank you guys. Love you, MetaFam.
Thank you, Winston. Let's go to John, and that'll be the last hand. I went through all the mics, so thank you. And please, hopefully nobody took it personal when I dropped you, because there was a lot of mic requests. Go ahead, John.
I wanted to just give a shout out to all the FINRA folks listening and taking notes. I'm really surprised because I can remember a whole lot better tweets and things that could have been used in a much better way than what y'all used. But keep taking notes, and remember, when animals hunt, they usually do it in a pack, and they send out the lowest ones, and the ones they don't care, and the ones they think are expendable. But if you're really intelligent, you will take notes of FINRA's immoral, unjust, illegal actions, and you'll think seriously about all that money that you can make as a whistleblower and come to the light and the better side, where God rewards you for being moral and higher than cruel and wicked to people who are losing money, like your sister and your mother and your relatives, who even the people you're working for are cheating your family, which is unbelievable. So I just thought I'd remind you of that opportunity.
Exactly, Mr. T.
Thank you, John. Go ahead, Savvy.
So just to follow up from what Winston said, I did just put that Anna Trades up in the nest. So guys, I'm going to go over this one more time before we leave tonight, just in case anybody popped in here last minute. But while I'm doing that, go ahead and hit the nest and go through those tweets, tweet, retweet, download those links, whatever it is that you need to do to get what you need done. So really quick, guys, the reason we are here is because FINRA did file their petition as expected, and they gave 4 basic reasons why they want this order to release the blue sheets to be denied. First of all, it is a petitioner fails. By the way, petitioner is Mark and his client. So petitioner fails to allege a meritorious cause of action is required by CPLR 3102C. And then their reasons, their subsets under that is the petition does not state a claim for market manipulation, the petition fails to state a claim for fraud, and the petition does not satisfy the required heightened pleading standards. The second argument, CPLR 3102C does not permit fishing expeditions to ascertain whether a cause of action exists. The third response, petitioner's request is overbroad and unduly burdensome. Poor FINRA. So there are three reasons. The request for the Blue Sheets data is overbroad. Blue Sheet data contains confidential information. And the third one is providing pre-action discovery to private security litigants imposes a significant burden upon FINRA. Their fourth reason, sorry guys, it's Friday night, I'm feeling a little snarky. Their fourth reason for requesting a denial is that MMTLP Blue Sheet data is protected by investigative file privilege. So I believe that tomorrow at some point, JR is going to come on to one of the spaces and give his analysis. He has permission from Mark to do that. And so he will break it down for all of us. Don't believe he'll be talking strategy. We will leave that up to Mark. And Mark is going to be quiet on this, folks. So his response, his rebuttal to this petition for the denial of the Blue Sheets is due one week from today. And I'm sure Mark will let us know. And we'll keep an eye on that website as his filing comes in. And I'm sure we'll discuss it then. Then 4 days later on June 13th, the following Tuesday, that is when the judge has scheduled oral arguments via a Zoom call. And then hopefully we will have a ruling one way or the other. So that's kind of where we're at, folks.
I see that JR took the mic. Did you want to chime in on that, JR?
Yeah, just some initial thoughts. I just read it for the second time. You know, those arguments that Savvy was talking about, fair state of claim, you know, they didn't plead this or that. Those are kind of standard arguments in any response that you want to make. And remember what we've talked about, folks. These motions, these opposition briefs, these memorandums of law, there's two purposes. One is to make their argument, and two is to create a record. Okay, so they're creating a record. Those types of arguments, look, you didn't do what you were supposed to do, your verbiage isn't correct, you're always going to make that argument. It's standard operating procedure, because as you go up to the next level, you want to be able to re-litigate that issue. Okay, so that's standard operating procedure. The investigatory piece that I read over, I was looking for, and I missed it. Actually, Richard pointed it out to me. If you look at the second affidavit by, I think her name was Julie or something like that, I don't remember, paragraph 11 indicates that there is still an active and ongoing information. I thought my other initial two thoughts were, I thought it was interesting that they're making an argument that they're claiming it's burdensome to get these things, it'll be timely and costly. Mr. Drady already admitted to having them on the 5th. So I got news for you. That argument doesn't hold a lot of weight. The other thing, I just lost my train of thought. Damn it. Oh, the other thing I noticed, there's a line in there where it says they would reveal proprietary trading techniques used by brokers.
Cheating.
And the first thing I thought of was, it would reveal that they oversell stocks all the time. So just some initial thoughts again as I'm kind of reading through this. I thought I'd come on and share. I was going to go on the other.
What?
You know what's up with that?
Couldn't hear you. Hey, Stephanie.
Thought someone was holding another space.
Stephanie.
Sarah, let me ask you though.
It looks like it
when
says
it says
Stephanie L.
proprietary trading techniques,
it does.
Do those statutes protect illegal trading behavior?
It's actually getting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Someone was
here.
DMing me. Ask me that question again.
I said that it specifically mentions that it would reveal proprietary trading techniques.
I had to
Do
take
the
my jacket
statutes
off.
that protect proprietary trading techniques protect illegal counterfeiting behavior?
I wouldn't think any statute protects illegal behavior. I mean, that's
exactly. That's my point.
Yeah,
that's my point.
I mean, I don't want to say nothing surprises me. I was a little surprised, and shout out to, I know Drew one of Drew's tweets was posted in there. I think there was another individual that was posted in there. They posted a couple of Mark's tweets. I'm a little surprised by that, but after I read over that kind of stuff, I wasn't. I mean, look, we've been talking about this ad nauseum. There's no doubt in my mind
that there's probably some law clerk or first-year law student that's recording this space and listening and taking notes. So kudos to them for working at 8:48 Eastern Standard Time. But, you know, it is what it is. And, you know, we knew this was coming. We knew that they were going to fight tooth and nail. So we'll see. You know, again, I'm going to read it a lot more in depth over the next day or so, but just thought I'd come back and provide some initial thoughts. I know everyone's dying to you know, dig deep into this thing, so.
Thank you, JR. Smoking, I see that you took a mic right away. Did you want to chime in on what JR is speaking? Or did you have something?
I can wait my turn.
All right. Great. I just want to make sure that we stay on topic if you needed to chime in. So I'm going to go with somebody that does not have their hands up again. Some people have Androids and they can't use the hand button. Let's go with Chance.
Chance.
Go ahead, unmute yourself.
Give Chance a chance.
Chance, are you there? Can you hear me? All right, Pinstripes. You took a mic. Did you want to add something else before I move to hands?
Time to give Chance.
I'm gonna wait. Go ahead.
A chance.
Okay. So let's go to Ruggaroo, Little Ariel, and Naked. Go ahead, Ruggaroo.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I just wanted to say, first off, I didn't have time to read the entire complaint yet, but JR took the words right out of my mouth with the burdensome complaint. You know, that's
William
pretty,
Tuck, I agree.
that's a pretty low ball. That's it on arrival. The big thing is, a lot of people, and myself included, got really mad reading stuff like that. But we need to remember that that's the goal a lot of times. We're not only being watched by FINRA and the SEC, the bad guys, we're being watched by neutral and potentially good parties. There are congressional offices that listen to every space we host now. Like, there are people in here listening. There are aides that have to record. That's their job. So it's really hard, but we cannot respond emotionally. You know? The third one that Brandon gets out, that's fake. That's a big norm. He's hoping that we're going to bite. Don't bite. Just ignore it. It's so super hard, but right now we're the victims. We're the good guys in this story. You know, FINRA, the market makers, they're the bad guys. They have the only way they can attempt to turn public opinion is to make us attack them. So don't give them that. You know, take a deep breath and respond politely, or don't respond at all. It's really hard, but that's how we
It's
really
not a rant, AC. It's quite a modest
look
observation.
forward to hearing what Jared has to say later this weekend.
And a correction.
Keep up the pressure and fill up all those inboxes this weekend for all the congressional
3 hands
people
left.
on the Financial Services Committee.
Thank you, Ruggaroo. Let's go to Little Ariel. Where the hell have you been also?
Hey, busy. I'm bathing my kiddos right now, but I was speaking of people preying on the community, whether it be good or bad. It was brought to my attention that, hey, Doug is on, and Doug Hogue is the one who is scamming people in our community. So I just wanted to give you a heads up if you wanted to let everybody know and kind of boot him out. That would bring more attention to that so that nobody else gets hurt in that. And I think people have been hurt enough.
Yes,
can you explain?
You want me to explain? So Doug Hogue, he's made it all the way to Forbes. He's pretty famous now. He's scamming people in our community out of thousands of dollars. He impersonated a gentleman named Connor Polifrone. He also used Deckmar Trades as a icon. So he comes into our community. He claims he's part of MMTLP, and he's not. Forbes actually did the research. They found out he's either from Dominica or possibly somewhere even further away.
I tend to agree with you, David.
And he opens up bank accounts through Capital One and stuff like that, and he's scammed myself as well as several others
Also, Doug's in
out of
the call.
thousands of dollars.
Good work, Little Ariel.
Hold on a second. Let me ask you a question, Little Ariel.
I'm looking at his face right now. I don't see him.
Can I?
Yeah, he's down there. I'm looking right at him.
He's down there.
Can I get the mic? Little Ariel, was it a blue check mark or was it actually him coming from his account?
Blue check mark.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had. All right. So let's go to and thank you for that information, Little Ariel. It's nice to see you again.
It was good seeing y'all. I'm going to be listening.
Thank you. Let's go to Naked Truth. You have the mic.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Junk and Busy, for briefing on to the FINRA's response. My thing is, I heard JR's too, and I think his response is pretty logical. We don't need FINRA's response is like, because of the confidentiality of the investor and the investors, we cannot release the blue sheet. That's okay. I'm not sure. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not any legal advisor, but we can also request who were those two market makers who started trading. But I think half of the story will be done. We know who are liable for it. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. And by the way, little Ariel, I removed them from the space call. Thank you for letting me know.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. So, your backup pinstripes, did you want to go ahead and address the space call? And I'm looking over to see who's next. No more mic requests. Go ahead. You have the mic.
100 pennies.
I think I'm glitching a little bit, boys. No, this is just freaking fantastic, man. You guys got me fired up. I think I'm gonna make another video and put myself back out in the public a little bit more often. I've been in and out, and this is just amazing. I would like to hit the burdensome claim again. I wasn't gonna say anything because I figured we were all on the kick of not give them our hand, but they already admitted they pulled it. We have that in the FOIA that they pulled the blue sheets. So the burdensome argument goes right out the window. I got complete and utmost faith in Mark, and we don't even know what Wes Christian's doing in the background. And I think all these guys are kind of sort of talking together, or at least going through the third party of Berta. So I think these lawyers getting all these extra filings, Rose's filing, the filing in California, all this is doing is helping us to get to the one that gets through. Keep calling your congressman, guys, everybody. And I'll echo the call your person, call your representative. That's what matters. I heard somebody was running a space today, and basically he's like, where do you live? And the congressman hung up on him because he didn't answer. So definitely call your people. They do have the connections to get through. This community's awesome. Keep up the good work.
It did.
Thank you. Savvy, did you want to chime in?
I do. Two comments. Number one of the reasons that I put that tweet up there about checking with your state and seeing if they have these preliminary pre-disclosure petition laws, statutes, is because even if they get through one judge, okay, let's just say worst case scenario, the judge rules that Mark's client does not get the blue sheets. Do you really think that if we file hundreds, if not thousands of these, that they're going to want to take the gamble that they're going to win every single one of those? So, especially if some are filed in federal court versus the state court. So, if you have any inclination whatsoever to check to see if your state has these kind of laws, Mark did give permission. He said these filings are public. You can use them as a template. And so, just wanted to let you guys know that is up in the nest. And then also, I can speak from firsthand. Mark is not worried. So,
Junk
just wanted to pass that message on.
Voice.
Mark is not worried at all.
So does Anna.
Thank you, Savvy. All right, Smokey, you're up.
Hey, yeah. I just wanted to. Hang on.
Uncle Smokey.
Sorry, for some reason when I talk, my dog thinks there's people around. So I just wanted to piggyback off of what JR was saying earlier, but not really super piggyback. He had mentioned how if it would release the proprietary trading techniques set up by hedge funds and market makers. Basically, inside of that, FINRA's attorneys, from what I'm hearing, is they're fully admitting that they're well aware that we don't have free and fair markets, and that hedge funds and market makers are totally controlling everything that happens in the stock market, and retail themselves have absolutely no footing whatsoever. They said it right in that statement, because if they release the proprietary trading technology and information that these hedge funds can do, that might open up a whole new world of trading for the retail investor, and might actually be able to really help shift that generational wealth thing that everybody likes to talk about. I might actually be able to make that happen, because then retail could trade like the big boys. But they don't want to let everybody know all that stuff. That's just what I heard in a lot of that. I mean, I just wanted to point that little detail out. Sorry, I'm done.
Thank you, Smokey. Go ahead, William.
Hey, this is a great call. You guys never cease to amaze me. Just remember, they stole and did it with abandon for years in this stock, and they all communicated amongst themselves. So they're just, like my Chinese client used to say to me, you point one finger at me, 3 fingers are pointing back at you. And she was great. But anyway, the thing I want to point out about this, the one reason possible that they don't want to disclose the blue sheets is 1 or 2 of these broker dealers or prime brokers are really on the line for massive losses. And it could cause a run or a decline in that prime broker's stock. And you could see Wall Street turn on, I don't want to use the name because I don't know which broker dealer is most exposed, but you could really see trouble in the market. Anyway, I just throw that out. That might be one reason why they're reluctant to show the magnitude of this issue, because it may be concentrated in a broker or a prime broker that's going to go down. That's all I want to say. Thank you, Busy, and thanks everybody else. And Junk Savvy, you guys are all amazing.
Hey, William, by the way, back at you. But, something just crossed my mind. I know we've talked about it in a few spaces. It may not be just the information that you mentioned. FINRA themselves has investments. Wouldn't it be a swift kick in the pants if they're short MMTLP? And the blue sheets reveal that FINRA is actually holding a short position.
You're even more dastardly than I am, but yes, that could be. What if FINRA is a hedge fund that shorts stocks? And
Bill, that's what MMTLP has done to me. It's turned me into such a skeptic. But I really was thinking, what if they are holding a short position?
That's what dating did to me.
Well, Bill, if ever I'm in DC, I will take you out on a date.
That'd be great.
We'll have a good time.
I felt so badly for John Berta when he had to go to the OTC markets. What a bunch of smiling faces over there that have high salaries and do nothing for the markets. I don't know, Junk Savvy. I've been saying on a bunch of my calls, I think it's time to take just to take it in bite-sized pieces. Take the over-the-counter markets. Just anything under $10 billion, or pick a different market cap. Take them away from the SEC. Take it away from the OTC markets. Take it away from FINRA. And put on a Queen of Trades or Junk Savvy in charge of a regulatory body. It would pay for itself, and it would be a plain vanilla, honest organization. And then you have the over-the-counter markets being the source of capital creation, the American dream, jobs, revenues, and America comes up like roses. So anyway, that's one idea I have, is just take the over-the-counter markets away from Gary Gensler. They don't need all these fancy trading excuses. The whole reason for the market maker exemption and reg show is they do all these fast, high-frequency trades that Ken Griffin makes money on. It's all with these big people. Well, the big people, your Fidelity funds, your Templeton funds, they have their own research desks. They can counteract it. When you're shorting Tesla stock, counterfeit or not, there's real buying. But when you're in here just destroying Torchlight and then destroying metamaterials and destroying, you don't need an market maker exemption. You don't need to hide your strategies. We all go in slow motion in the over-the-counter markets. Try to buy stock without if you don't have cash in your account. Just make it, hey, cash is there, you can buy. If your stock's not there, you can't sell. And let's go on down the highway. Anyway, I guess I ranted a little bit, but
You're good, William. I know that JR, you want to chime in. A-Trade, you trades, I see you on there. Let's go with JR, and then you go ahead, JR.
Two comments quick. So, one, William, it's nice to see you and hear you. I don't know if you kind of know who I am, but I'm a big jokester, okay? And, William, I started watching your YouTube videos last fall, and I mean, you're so entertaining. I got addicted to them for a while, and then I started making comments, and you would mispronounce my name, and it would drive me crazy. You'd be like, "Hey, Widner, how are you?" And I'd be like, "No, dude, it's Widener."
Widener. Okay, Widener. Okay.
So anyways, just Smokey, you first, thanks for coming back. You said something that sparked a memory that I had back during GME AMC days, and I remember seeing a post on Reddit that talked about, well, I guess the hedge funds and broker-dealers can't claim proprietary because there was a rule that was proposed by the SEC.
You got me. You're so clever.
I don't remember what the rule changed, but I was reading through the comment letters, and the comment letters were outlining and detailing their trading systems.
I don't know how to do super chat, Ronald Medina.
These organizations respond to rules all the time and detail and outline how their systems work. So there can't possibly be anything on the blue sheets that they already haven't put out in public.
I love that.
And if it is there, it's an algorithm, and that should be removed. We're just looking for data. Mark's just looking for data. So even that notion that it's going to reveal proprietary trading data is nonsense.
Well, I didn't ask for it to be this short.
Thank you, JR. Smokes, I'm going to give you a chance to respond if you wanted to.
Stopped it.
No, I have no response. He's spot on. If they're saying that there's proprietaryism, he's agreeing with me 100%. If they're saying it's proprietaryism, then it's unfair trading. It's not a free market anymore. So he's right. I mean, there should be no argument of that at all.
Thank you, guys. A-Trade, you have the mic.
What do I have to write down, Jim?
I'm going to sit up because I have to lay back for a bit. Number one, Junk Savvy. Your sassiness, I love it. You said I'm feeling sassy today. That made me giggle my ass off. So thank you for always being fun and energetic. Busy, what you do for the community is just beautiful to see. I take no sides in what I do. I just love people.
Wide no.
And Swing and the other co-host that was here. You're doing a fantastic job. It's always a great space, always great listening to you guys. And William, I've just come across you today. I find the way you speak so beautiful. I'm going to give you a follow. I'm going to do that now, in fact. And hopefully check out your YouTube videos. You sound like a ready.
I'll respond.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, fantastic as always. It's always insightful information here, and I'm always trying to learn more about MMTLP and what Mark's trying to do. And just don't give up. Don't give up the good fight. We're all in it for the right reasons.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Cujo, and then AK Dallas, and that's it, guys. I'm gonna shut it down after that. Okay, Cujo, you have the mic.
Yeah, guys, just a reminder of what we found out from this lawsuit. They are really watching us. I mean, we've joked about it and everything, but they are probably here in this room. They're probably recording this. They're actually going through our tweets.
They have to listen to us?
They're getting scared. I think it's so cool. I think it's Eclipse is artwork. Hey, your artwork is now down in history, okay?
AC.
So just remember that they're watching us, and don't stop, okay? Don't let that scare you.
I like that,
Keep on
Kit
tweeting,
Kitteridge.
and if there's anybody in here from
like
FINRA
that.
or anybody, and you don't
like
want to
that,
do the
Kit
whole
Kitteridge.
whistleblower
AC,
thing, you
I'll
know,
respond.
where you get money for
Widener.
it, you go out. There's a form on mmtlpresources.com where you can submit an anonymous tip, okay? So go on there, fill out the information. You can upload a file. It'll get to the right people. We'll look at it and figure out what's going on. If you don't want to, put your name out there, but you have something to, to contribute that you know is wrong, you have a way to do that. So just letting everybody know, the FINRA people, the SEC people, anybody that's listening, you have a way to anonymously submit something and do the right thing. All right? Thanks.
Hey, Crucial, thank you for everything that you do also, man. Greatly appreciate it.
Yeah.
The community greatly does really appreciate it. So let's go with AK Dallas. You have the mic, and then we'll go to William and Marduk.
Hey guys, good evening. I just had a quick question for JR. When you're doing your research, precedent would play a big role in this, right? Like if the judge orders the blue sheets or not, is that correct?
Oh, I apologize. I was DMing Richard. What was that? I'm sorry.
Would precedent play a big role in like judge ordering the blue sheets or not? Like if previous cases had blue sheets information?
Yeah. So precedence always plays a big role. Okay. So, and you saw that they made the argument that the blue sheets have never been turned over. Okay, that's an argument, but just because something's never happened doesn't mean it shouldn't happen. I'm gonna quote Star Trek, and Spock says, "For everything there is a first." So the precedence here is that they've never been turned over before, but there's probably very little court or developed law on the issue of whether they should or shouldn't be turned over. So judges don't fear doing something for a first time.
Don't
if that makes sense.
Over him. But the
reason
ruling,
I'm asking is a lot of their arguments, like, it has proprietary information. And
I think GTII is moving along that
there was a case,
too.
I forget the actual case, but it was like about a month and a half ago, where I think it was a bankruptcy court where the judge kind of got tired of getting stonewalled, and he ordered a turnover blue sheets in 48 hours, and they were able to get blue sheet information in 48 hours. Yeah. So how did that happen? Well, in 48 hours they got all that information, and how did proprietary information not get released at that time, when that information got turned over?
So I am familiar with that case. I don't know what the end result was. I never saw anything after that. So if we assume it got turned over, those questions were to the brokers. And if you read over the response, there was 3 or 4 sentences that he should be requesting this from his broker, not from FINRA. So FINRA's acknowledging that the broker can provide the information, and that's who the proper litigant should be. So remember who we're going after, though. You know what I mean? We're not. Sorry, I apologize. Remember who Mark is going after. He's going after the largest financial regulatory institution basically in the world. So it was never going to be an easy fight. So I see what you're saying, but the bankruptcy judge was requesting that information of specific brokers.
But would the blue sheet not have all the broker information if that got turned over, or would it be only specific?
Yeah, it's going to have all the trading information. Mine, yours, everybody's.
I always feel like.
So when the judge ordered it for the other case, but that would still have the information handed over from everybody, right? Not just from that particular broker, because there was a bankruptcy filing. It was limited to everybody in that case as well.
Well, it was individualized, and if I were.
You got a phone call, JR? Oh, we lost JR. I didn't boot him.
But no worries. I was just curious about that case. I didn't know the particular details, but it was just kind of odd that they're making this argument, and it was,
MMTLP settled before June 14th, 90%,
it has happened
yes.
before,
And
and something that I guess
GTI
we
to
can
2
kind
to
of do
3
DD on
K.
other cases as well.
I think,
And I agree. I believe that that's what they're afraid of, that it might take precedence. So, I mean, we'll see. All right, so every single time somebody barred it.
do you want? Did you call me busy?
No, I
Oh.
do. All right, William. So I'll let you close it out. You know, we went through a lot of mic requests. Really appreciate everybody's patience, and I hope nobody took it personal when I had to remove them to grab a mic, extra mic. So, William, I'll let you have the last words, man. I'm gonna close it out, and thank you for attending, sir.
I don't remember the rest of the words, but I always feel like somebody's watching me. Anyway.
Okay, William, you and I need to go on a date because I was singing the exact same thing.
There you go.
I literally was on mute singing that to myself.
You know,
I
Busy,
always
sorry, by the
feel
way, I
like-
was away from.
So
I was away from my phone. My apologies, by the way.
So
It's okay. It's okay. That was so funny, William.
So I just want to say, I just very quickly, busy, and I because everyone's tired. My reaction to what the FINRA responded was weak. It's very, very weak. So I think it's all encouraging. It's just a process they have to see out. But anyway, I think it was a good day today for everybody. So thank you, everyone, and busy. And
Thank you, William. So I'll let Marduka close it out by saying the wavy hand again. The emojis. Go ahead.
Well, to one and to all, have a good night. FINRA, we'll see you on Monday. Well, actually, we'll see you tomorrow. In fact, you'll see us right after this space. So I hope you got a pot of coffee on, because it's going to be a long night. All right, thanks, Busy.
In the wavy hand.
Good night, FINRA. Bye. See you soon.
all right.
All right. Thank you, guys. Oh shit, Swing. You have your hand up, or you were waving?
I had my hand up. So I want to put a little bow on it. Do not get sucked in to nonsense. And when I say that, I mean that. Let it go. Let bygones be bygones. We're all in this together. It
AC, I
doesn't
want to
matter what
answer your
ticker you're
question.
in. Just let it go. You want to mute? Don't block somebody. Just mute them.
Let it go. Now you're gonna have William singing "Let It Go, Let It Go." Come on, William.
In all actuality, it'll make your life a whole lot easier. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you,
Good night,
Swing.
guys.
All right. Good night, guys. Marduka, are you open up a space?
Yeah, I'll fire one up. I got nothing going on, so.
All right. Good night, guys. Thank you for attending. See you on the next one.
Thanks, bro. Good night.
All right, guys. So I want to show one thing. I don't think that disconnected or not, but I want to show you something. All right, so I think it's frozen because I want to get something to show AC. And let me see what I have. Yeah, CAC I don't know if you can see it, but Alcaraz beat Shapovalov so easily. He hasn't had a hard draw. Musetti beat Nori, which I think I called. But so you're going to see Alcaraz play Musetti, and I think Musetti could do him harm. But what I want to show you was amazing match. Okay, this is the bottom. This is the bottom. Look at this. There's nobody. There's Coric. This guy's good. Echeverry is good. Tiafo, which you can barely see his name. Tiafo's great. But down here, this guy Wield. He's someone to watch. All right, but my point is there's not much in the lower half. I want to show just one. Let's see. Zverev, Tiafo. I bet Tiafo can beat Zverev, AC. And Dimitrov against Altmaier. I'll go with, however you say his name, Allmeyer. I'll go with Allmeyer. And I want to just get to the Joker. This is Tsitsipas against Oldner. This is so easy for Tsitsipas. So easy. So easy for him. Here he is, Djokovic. The Joker. This is the one AC today. Look at that. I couldn't watch this. I signed up for Peacock. I have Tennis Channel, and I can't find it anywhere. I'd love to hear where you find it, but I listened to it. 7-6 in the first set, 7-6 in the second set, and then 6-2. That was a hard match. And now he goes up against this guy, Valias. I don't know how to pronounce it, but he beat Auger. You know, how do you say that? Arbusta Auger. So anyway, I didn't see the Fritz match, but I heard. Yeah, Fritz. I'd like to see Fritz go, but I like Tiafo. He's lost a little bit of weight, and he is good. That's what I wanted to show. What was the MMTLP news? That was what we all went through, but apparently it boils down to this. I'm not sure because I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but apparently they did order that the blue sheets be released on MMTLP. FINRA responded and said in a week, just week, they used a bunch of weak arguments that they cried foul, basically I think it's not going to pass muster. Mark Bazile has until Friday to the 9th to respond, and I think he'll kick it out of the park. And my expectation is they're going to have to release the blue sheets, but they'll go kicking and screaming. There'll be some other delay. Remember, they have the best lawyers, probably Gibson Dunn. Fritz the Cat was much better. I'd like to see I want to watch. That's why I signed up for NBC, and I can't see it. But maybe on the weekend we'll be able to see it. But I'm pulling for Djokovic all the way. He's 36, and it's hard on him. And unfortunately, he has to meet Alcaraz in the semifinals if he gets that far. But I have a feeling Alcaraz might not make it because he hasn't had a hard match. And I forget who he plays next, but that guy could be tough. But Djokovic is going to have to go against, I think, Karachnikov or something like that. Yeah, I like a lot of these young guys. Frankly, AC, the only one I haven't really warmed to is Alcaraz, and it'll just take me a little bit of time. I think he got some unfair advantages to start with, but he's a heck of a player. But there's some, Medvedev is great. Sinner is good. I think Corda is good. There's a couple of others that have a lot of talent. But we'll see. Tsitsipas. Alvarado plays Musetti. No, I think it's Djokovic, isn't it? Oh, no, maybe you're right. That's right. He plays Musetti, AC. Yeah. I just showed it to you. Musetti, I think, could make it hard for him. Speaking words of wisdom, let it be, let it be. Mother Mary came to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be, let it be. In your hour of darkness. That was a Paul McCartney song entirely. Yeah, it's Verilis or something. Buenas noches, amigos. Winnebago. I don't speak Spanish, but I'm trying. Next door is this coffee shop, and there's two great guys in there, and I try to learn one new Spanish word, but I'm so slow. I'm so slow. But I will learn Spanish. I will. So let's see what time it is. 9:25. I think I'm going to go 5 more minutes and go walk Lucky Boy because he's been very good. I'll go to 9:30. Will, in terms of GTII, I think the rulings were equally as pitiful in their case. I mean, the responses, and I think you're going to see Alpine go down very quickly. It may not, but I think Alpine may go. You may get an expulsion order on Alpine next week. So things go slowly, and then I see. I love Jenny. Nag. I can never find a clip to show you, but that comes from one of the Harry Callahan movies. And that woman that played in the 2 women that were cops, he'd just say to her, nag. I know, get a Spanish girlfriend will be easier to learn Spanish, but the problem is they speak so quickly. Oh, that'd be great, AC. Get a fire going. It's one thing I miss, is my fireplaces. I had 3 of them. Yo de Alicia. I'll say, ¿Dónde está de Alicia? I'm afraid to say the rest of that because it might be... Yeah, they speak very quickly. Wait a minute. You expect me to understand all that? But then French is a particularly difficult language. 3 minutes. Hey, son, how are you? Hi, son. How are you doing, son? Yeah, I've been thinking about a lot about that, Kevin. Thinking a lot about that. Not having children, wishing I did. But maybe. Who are you? Who are you? Who? I think next week Doug could be, and by the way, Doug and Will, and that's right, Kevin. I think a really smart investor told me there's a technician on Twitter, and I'd forget who it is, who is calling for, if I remember correctly, it might be June 20, but sometime in June, a massive move in GTII. So we'll find out. I think one of Callahan's best lines when every time he's walking through, there's this big bulldog he has, and people say, "Hi, is that your dog?" And he'd say, "Why? You want him?" What were they talking about, Reese, seeing FINRA tomorrow? I don't think they're talking about seeing FINRA tomorrow, but this guy, JR, who's very good, is going to read through the documents. I'm going to try to do it myself. And maybe they'll have a space call about it. That's, I think, what they were saying. But Mark Bazile has to respond by Friday to this really pitiful FINRA response. And I think he's going to be successful, but that doesn't mean they can't delay it much, much longer. Why? You want him? All right, one, and then you're done. So just assume Mrs. Gray here propositions me. So Callahan, the mayor wants to weed out the Neanderthals in the department. I forget those lines, but he says, out there, when someone pulls a gun, your partner dies. And that's a hell of a price to pay for being stylish. All right, Moody Waters. All right, so I think, let me look. It's 9:30. I'm going to say, peace, love. A good man. A good man has got to know his limitation. You're a good man, Lieutenant, and a good man's got to know his limitations. Callahan, are you through, Captain? I've got to get back to work. But not in homicide, Callahan. I've reassigned you to personnel. Personnel? That's for idiots. I started in personnel, Callahan. Yeah. And he gets to the door, he turns around, he says, Captain, do you mind if I ask you a question? No, Callahan, what is it? Do you have any kids? No, I don't have kids. Lucky for them. All right, pumpkin time. So, peace, love, and happiness. Thank you for the videos, and we'll get through this. Thank you also for allowing me sometimes my running to the end zone without looking at anybody else. So, but we'll get through this. I think your MMTLP is going to find, I think GTI, and there's other stories. So I'm listening to you. I'm trying to say, you said say your goodbyes. I'm saying it, Jenny. Don't you ignore me. Don't you ignore me. All right. Peace, love, and happiness. We'll see you maybe tomorrow, but certainly Monday. And cheers. Catch you on the flip side.